Councilman Jackson? Councilman Khalid?
Good evening, everyone. I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
Good evening, Paterson. I'm here.
Councilman Udine? Councilman Velez?
Just let the record reflect that Councilwoman Davila just stepped out for a minute, but she's here.
Okay.
My vote is yes.
Thank you.
Yes, here, present. I just want to
Mr.
finish the
President.
meeting.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. This evening's prayer has been rendered by none other than yours truly, Jacqueline Murray, which will be followed by Councilman Shaheen Khalid with the flag salute. Let us pray.
Let's pray.
Savior, like a shepherd lead us. Much we need thy tender care. In thy pleasant pastures feed us. For our use thy folds prepare. Blessed Jesus, thou hast bought us, thine we are. Our Father in heaven, as we gather this evening to conduct our municipal council meeting, I pray that your presence will envelop each and every one gathered here, irrespective of the weather conditions on the outside. Lord, I want to thank you and praise your name for your love and forgiveness. I pray for guidance, wisdom, and knowledge throughout this meeting and beyond. I pray, oh God, that you stimulate our minds to engage in meaningful discussions and decisions on behalf of the residents of our beloved city of Paterson. Eradicate all thoughts that are not of you, dear God, and I pray that you will fill us with your grace and give us courage and vision to lead our people. I thank you, dear Father, for reminding us that whatever we accomplish here tonight will be done unto the honor and glory of your name. I pray, O God, that you continue to provide, protect, and prosper each and every one of us here this evening. These and other mercies I pray in the holy name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Councilman.
The flag of our country salute.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
We will now, please stay stand. We will now have a moment of silence for our troops, for those that are lost a loved one in our city, and also for the 95th anniversary of Dr. Martin Luther King. A moment of silence, please. You may be seated. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please read the statement of compliance.
Yes, Mr. President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law for 2023-2024. The meeting date is January 16, 2024, and the time is now 7:15 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2023-2024 on or about July 1, 2023. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2023-2024 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2023 to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, the Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, La Quisqueya Internacional, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap into Paterson, the weekly Bangla Patrika, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2023 to 2024 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2023-2024 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. And 5, a copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we start with the agenda today, we have a presentation. Dr. Lydia Simmons has a presentation for us. Councilwoman.
With the mic.
Thank you, Council President. On tonight, it is always an honor here at City Hall where we're able to do resolutions, whether the individual is alive, and sometimes it is when the person has passed on. So at this time, I would like to call forth the Emmy Award-winning family of Ron Cephas Jones, who was from Paterson, and he is known for, and I want to read a little bit of his bio as the noble family comes forward. If we would stand, council members.
Yes.
This is a resolution honoring and memorializing the life and legacy of Emmy Award winner Ron Cephas Jones. Whereas Ron Cephas Jones was born on January 8, 1957, and raised in Paterson, New Jersey, where he attended and graduated John F. Kennedy High School. And whereas growing up, Ron Cephas Jones always had a passion for music, acting, and the arts. And whereas following high school, he attended Ramapo College, where he studied jazz and theater and graduated in 1978. After college, Ron Cephas Jones traveled around, living in various cities throughout the country, including Los Angeles, San Francisco, Arizona, and New Orleans, before eventually returning to New York City in 1985. And that year, while living in New York City, Ron Cephas Jones received an opportunity to perform in a play based on the Billie Holiday song, Don't Explain, where he caught the attention of a casting director, which helped launch his career. And Ron Cephas Jones continued throughout his career acting in roles both in theater and on film. His film credits include roles in iconic movies such as He Got Game, 1998, Paid in Full, 2002, Half Nelson, 2006, Across the Universe, 2007, Dolomite Is My Name, 2019, and recently Ron Cephas appeared in the NBC drama television series This Is Us, in his role as William Hill, for which he received critical acclaim for his performance and a Primetime Emmy Award for Outstanding Guest Actor in a Drama Series in 2018 and 2020. In 2022, he was nominated for Best Performance by a Feature Actor in a Play at the 75th Tony Awards for his performance in the Broadway play Clydes. On August 19, 2023, Mr. Ron Cephas Jones passed away at the age of 66, leaving behind his beloved daughter, actress and singer and producer Jasmine Cephas Jones. Now therefore be it resolved by the Municipal Council of the City of Paterson that the City Council hereby recognize, honor, and memorialize the life and legacy of Emmy Award Ron Cephas Jones, unanimously approved by the entire City Council.
That's right.
I want to first acknowledge Mr. Bernard Hill, who reached out to me to get this done, and to the Noble family. Thank you for allowing us to be a part of history. There's so many times that people are from the city, they're from the community, and we have no idea until someone lets us know, and as soon as we learn about it, we do something about it. So on behalf of this great City Council, we want to present this resolution to you.
So much. On behalf of the family, we thank all of the council people. Ron grew up in Paterson. his mom and dad, for some of you may know, Johnny's Luncheonette on West Broadway. That was Annie Marie and Johnny C. Jones. Again, we'd like to thank you all. Thank you so much.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I got it.
Council member, let's take a group picture in front of just in front of the chamber. Yeah, the village. Let's go. Heavy up. Three. Thank you to our Councilwoman at Large, Dr. Lilisa Mintz, for such a great presentation. Now we're going to start with the city agenda. We're going to start conducting city business. Payment of bill, Councilwoman Davila.
Thank you very much, Council President, council members. If you can please refer to your summary of disbursements. January 5th, 2024 was a payroll week, which was $4,800,028,652.49. There was a Covanta payment for $611,000. Under other statutory expenditures, $2,250,419 with 20 cents. Those are tax refunds that were issued by judgments. Okay. The total for the disbursements was $10,081,038 with 8 cents.
So
I
move.
recommend payments
Second.
to be made.
Thank you. There was a motion moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez.
Council President,
Roll
discussion.
call.
Discussion.
Councilman Velez.
Discussion. You say, Councilwoman Chair of Finance, you say there was a payment for Covanta?
Covanta.
Covanta, that's the disposal?
There's no more Roselli. That was
I know,
last
so-
year, last year.
Yeah, correct. Madam BA, through the chair, can you give us an update? Covanta is the transfer station, I believe, the one that received the garbage and all that stuff, right? Can you give us an update if, are they going to change the schedule to make it easy for the new company to dispose their garbage? If that conversation was transpired to them, because I believe they, on Saturday, close at noon, and they got different schedule that if they continue that schedule will hurt the operation of the new company that's collecting our garbage. The second one is, Madam BA, we need to do something. For decades, the collection of the garbage in downtown was 6 days. Now with this new system, it's only picked up 2 days a week. Downtown cannot become a New York City. We cannot put dumpsters in the middle of the roads. They don't have a lot of back doors. The amount of food or disposal of garbage they have it daily. And if there's any chance, if there's a plan to alleviate downtown with all this amount of garbage that we have, you know, if it's possible to do it right away, because rats and rodents, and we want to prevent it before the summer comes in. I had a couple of meetings with some business owners. They don't have back rooms. Even McDonald's don't have a back room to hold the amount of garbage and food that the people dispose out there. So they was going to collect signatures of business owners to bring it forward, because they a little bit upset that garbage collection is only 2 days a week in downtown. Downtown is a historic district. We want to maintain it clean, and if it's possible, there's a plan in place, or there's going to be a plan in place to make sure that we go back to the 6 days garbage collection for downtown. Those two items I just want to make sure I put on the floor.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Madam BA?
President, yes, if I can address that second one first, and then I'll turn the rest over to the director. You know, this was something that we've, you know, we noted from the beginning that we were going to be changing the routes for downtown, drop it to the 2 days. Because essentially the city residents were subsidizing this level of pickup. And again, it's not for every business. It requires, you know, daily pickup. There are a lot of businesses that are fine with 2-day-a-week pickup, just like residential. It is something that we have been trying to work with the downtown CID in particular to set up some meetings, to have conversations about ways that we can work together and we could support them in those days between the pickups. But it is something that at this point in time where, you know, we're going to have the mayor reach out again. It wasn't something that happened prior to the switch. But now I know there are concerns from some of the businesses who see the reality that we've been talking about for a while. And now I think everybody has to work together to try to help that. And there might be some ways that, again, that could be addressed with the support of Public Works, with a roll-off in a certain part of the city, that you know, that there's a separate kind of collection that is in between those scheduled pickups that we have as part of the contract. So the city could not afford the $6 million, or I'm sorry, the 6-day-a-week pickup. It just couldn't, and the residents couldn't afford that as part of, you know, any future tax increases. So we have to work with what we can. Again, I think the city the director was willing, you know, numerous times tried to have conversations to get this going in the fall, but now will be the time that we'll you know, double down again and work on that. If we could just let him address the Covanta issue or the transfer station issue.
Correct.
Director.
We reached out to Covanta. They have multiple transfer stations throughout the Northeast. It's not just a Paterson issue. all their transfer stations closed at the same time. They closed the one in Totowa. We had the mayor reach out to them. On their dates and their times, they won't change. It's not a Paterson thing, it's the company thing. It's bigger than us. We talked to them numerous times, especially when we had the floods last year. We tried to get them to stay open. They wouldn't. They're down to one scale. They used to have 2 scales, now they're only down to 1 scale, so it's stopping and prohibiting trucks from, going into transfer. So it's not only a Paterson thing, it's
Okay.
Director,
So-
thank you.
so-
Council
Council
Velez,
President,
just give me a
last-
minute. Just give me a minute,
quickly.
Councilman Velez.
Council President.
Councilmember, Councilman Velez, let me give the floor to Councilman Jackson, and let me remind everyone that we have a few items from DPW that later on we're going to have the discussion. Now we are on payment of bill. Councilman Jackson?
Very good, Council President. So a couple things, and I think it's pertinent when we have these discussions prior to us paying the bills, because that's when you actually have an opportunity to hold people accountable. You don't pay them. So with that being said, Director, I think it's time, and this is part of what I talked about for many, many years. We need to stop being so reliant on these businesses that's making astronomical amounts of money off of our community. Newark has a transfer station that's 24 hours. It's cheaper. I go there often. It's much less expensive than both Covanta and the other one on Fifth Avenue. They don't do wet refuge anyway. But with that being said, and I'm sure, Director, you'll get that under control. Madam BA, reverting back to your answer, it's very disappointing because I don't envision it as the rest of the city subsidizing pickups for people or owners who are paying additional taxes to begin with. There's a, you stated it clearly, there's a downtown city that adds an additional tax. Furthermore, if the bid specs were changed, this is something that we as a council should have been notified of when the bid specs were being brought forward. We shouldn't be already have gone into a new agreement, a new contract with a new vendor, and then now we're talking about we can't afford. The bid specs went out exactly the same as what they were. And I'm sure if we would have granted the previous company the contract once again, they would still be picking up six days a week. So if the bid specs had changed and service levels were going to change, that should have been something that was openly discussed amongst the council. We talked about it here. Everyone was.
That was in the original bid specs to take the downtown area out of it and making it 2 days a week. That was in the original bids that we put out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean.
And to go back to the SID, I had 2 meetings with the SID prior to this going into effect about what we could do to handle the garbage downtown. We offered to switch the roles of what the SID does and what they could do with the garbage that's here down.
Well,
we offered to put 40-yard dumpsters down at the lot on Fair Street so that they could bring in change their role from cleaning during the day to picking up the garbage at night for the people down here and dumping the garbage into the roll-offs on Fair Street, and then DPW would pick up the roll-offs. They didn't want to do that. I had a meeting scheduled with the SID director. That meeting never happened, and now we're here with this.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what, the budget hasn't changed for the SID. The services have definitely changed. I mean, they started off really well during the transition, but I don't see anything different other than, people's salaries have increased.
And we also, Councilman, we got a quote for the SID for the pickup for the additional days. We were going to present that at the meeting. We still have the quote for them if they want it.
Present it to them?
Yes.
Okay, I think that should be shared amongst the council as well, just so we'll know.
Okay.
So when it comes time for voting for the SID's renewal, I won't be standing alone and voting in disapproval of what they're doing.
I'll bring that quote to the next committee meeting.
Very good. Council President, if I may, there's a couple of questions, Madam BA or Mr. CFO. The Cold Blue Shelter expenditure, Radin Secaucus, Radinos is the vendor. Is there a description of what those items are for? $299, $199, $299. It says Cold Blue Shelter. It's on page 105.
Madam BA?
Thank you, Council President. Yes, we would have to look that up. You know, a lot of the expenses that we have related to the Code Blue shelter include blankets, cleaning supplies, you know, some other details. So we can look to see which ones that, in particular, the Rattan Secaucus LLC, I think, are the ones you're asking about.
So there's a number of different expenditures. I was under the impression that we were handling the Code Blue services in-house.
We do.
I see there's some Yankee linen for the blankets and things of that nature, but, you know,
Yes.
I'm wondering what other expenditures would be there. Lastly, it's been brought to my attention, and I would have to say it slipped my mind. Where are we with our yearly, our state statute mandated yearly audit? From what I understand, the last audit that was performed was in 2019. It was an incomplete audit. And by statute, we're required to have an audit done on their budgetary expenditures yearly. Where are we now with this audit?
Councilman, we're about to receive the 2021 audit, and once we receive it, we should receive it by this week. We'll put it forward in front of the council for you guys to approve it, and then we'll go out for the 2022 audit and the 2023 audit.
So in the 19, the incomplete?
That has been done. 2019 and 2020 has been done.
It has been done?
Yeah,
Okay, can you provide that to me, please, via email?
sure.
Very good, thank you, Council President.
Council President.
Thank you. Very quick, Councilman Blas, you have another question?
I will be quick. We'll be out of the council, and a lot of question comes forward. But, Madam BA, you know, we're here not to criticize. We're here to try to find solution. And something came up when you stated something about some business are okay for the 2 days, and another we had to look for something. Is there any chance we could talk to Parking Authority? And because they have multiple sites on this area, that we could at least drop a dumpster, and those residents or those business owners that have to dispose of their garbage daily, they could go there and dispose it instead of having it all the way around the sidewalks and all that stuff. An idea, you know, that could come forward, and probably it will alleviate, and still the city will be responsible, but it's not in all the sidewalks in downtown. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Payment of bill, roll call, Madam Clerk, on payment of bill?
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for approval of payment of bills in the amount of $10,081,038.08. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims? Yes. Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President,
Before my vote, let me just express our Paterson resident that with this new company, we're saving over $200,000 with the new company with Philco every month. This is a big saving, but this is something that we have to work together. All of us, it's going to take all of us to make sure that we improve the service. So there's a lot more discussion with the director, we probably work at the administration, and especially with the downtown improvement districts, Councilman Jackson, you know, alluded to. So we got to sit down and find a solution for the downtown area. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Payment of bills in the amount of $10,081,038.08 is hereby approved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam VA?
Thank you, Council President. I just have a real-time answer. I was going to ask the OEM coordinator about that expense, but actually the HHS director knew that that is actually for hotel placement during Code Blue for women and families with children. So that's a separate distinction during Code Blue.
Thank you, Madam VA. Madam Clerk, could we do the consent agenda?
Yes, Mr. President. Just a minute. Give me a minute. What number is that? Where is it? Okay. Thank you. You ready?
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
All matters listed under the consent.
One second, Madam Clerk, Council President.
Councilwoman Davila.
I think that I looked at the consent agenda, and I understand that last week there was an emergency and we did not have a meeting, so you set the agenda with our clerk, and I was looking at some items that did not go through committee, and I'd like them removed.
So, council member, if there's any item that you feel that have to be treated as separately, just let us know. I know you went through the consent agenda, you received the package
We always have a
during the weekend.
discussion, you know, especially when we're doing street naming.
Which item are you referring to?
I meant to say non-consent. No, there was something else on consent, hold on.
No.
Give me 1 second.
The street name is not on consent, so that's on regular.
Give me 1 second. There's an item that I saw it on non-consent. Why don't you take another item while I'm looking at this?
So, until council member also take a look at the consent agenda, as I mentioned before, if you want to treat any item separately, let us know. Now, before we move the consent agenda, item number 40 is a resolution designating Hamilton Street between Ward Street and Grant Street, also to be known as Ruby Hurricane Way, sponsored by Councilman Jackson. Councilman Jackson and the family will like to read the resolution?
Absolutely.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, let's do item number 40, and I have the family members here that they would like to read the resolution. I will open the mic for the family to go through the resolution before we take formal action on it.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 40 is a resolution designating Hamilton Street between Ward Street and Grant Street to be also known as Reuben Hurricane Carter Way, is sponsored by Councilman Michael Jackson. I just received a note that it will also be co-sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton and Councilwoman Mims.
Thank you, Councilman.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 40 is moved by Councilman Jackson, also sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton and Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Min.
Second.
And second by Councilman Velez. Before we vote it on, so the family want to read the resolution. So do the family have the resolution? They could come forward.
Before, Council President?
Councilman Jackson.
You come to the microphone. Before she reads the reso, I would like to make a motion for an amendment. There's a slight amendment that's going to be necessary, as she and we discussed. It was already added, so we can vote to approve it as amended. And Madam Clerk, I'll provide you with the amendment shortly after the reading.
You going to read it?
Yeah.
Sure. Go ahead. Good evening.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Theodora Carter. I'm the daughter of Reuben Hurricane Carter. I want to thank Michael Jackson, Madam Cotton, Madam Mims, and all the council members for considering to rename the street after my father, the late Reuben Hurricane Carter. I speak on the behalf of the lineage, my lineage and Reuben Hurricane Carter's lineage. I share with you that the Carter family has a rich history in the city of Paterson. We paid our dues here, and that street would just be for our ancestors who fought hard, fought hard for my father, fought hard for myself, fought hard for my children, my cousins, my aunts, many people who's connected to the Carter family. I also want to thank Judge Sorokin for taking the time to research the truth about the corruption and the racial disparities that was found in the city of Paterson. And on appeal, Judge Sorokin found the case to be charged by racism rather than reason and concealment rather than disclosure. And this is the main reason why he exonerated Reuben Hurricane Carter. That's the main reason. So I'm going to continue by asking the resolution designating Hamilton Street between Ward Street, Grand Street, to be also known as the Reuben Hurricane Carter Way. Whereas Reuben Carter, through his union of his ex-wife, Mae T. Carter, which is my mom, they had 2 children, myself, Theodora Carter, and my brother, Raheem. I'm a Patersonian, so I'm still here, giving back to the city of Paterson. So I'm gonna be here for a minute. And my family is here as well. And my father, he has 7 grandchildren, 11 great-grandchildren, and he has 1 great-granddaughter thus far. So I wanna just conclude my part. My father was an advocate, lover of Mr. Mandela. So I just want to quote something from Mr. Mandela on the behalf of my father. Mr. Mandela said, "For to be free is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects, enhances the freedom of all of us." So that's why I come here. Let's finally free my father. And I'm going to, my cousin Janice Rivers is going to complete the Bible.
Please.
Good evening. My name is Janice Rivers. I'm a Patersonian. I'm 68 years old. I've been here all my life. Reuben Carter was born at St. Mary's Hospital in Passaic, New Jersey in 1937. He moved to the city of Paterson with his parents at the age of 6, where they resided at 37 12th Avenue, and the house still stands. And whereas his father, Lloyd Carter Sr., his mother, Bertha Thomas Carter, reared their children, Lloyd Carter Jr., Lillian Carter, Dr. James A. Carter, Beverly Carter, Rosalie Carter, and Doris Carter in the city. And whereas Reuben Carter attended public school number 6, which during that time was a predominantly Jewish school, and whereas despite Reuben Carter's multiple expulsions to reform school, he remained committed and received his graduation diploma from school number 6. And whereas following primary school, Reuben never attended high school, worked odd jobs until the age of 18, where he entered the U.S. Armed Forces to become a paratrooper. And whereas after his return home, Mr. Carter was left with few opportunities and found himself in and out of the penal system, where he continued to educate himself and eventually get his doctorate. And whereas at the age of 23, Reuben Carter became a professional boxer, began to gain a great deal of notoriety, and became a world contender in the middleweight boxing division. And whereas during the 1966 riot, Mr. Carter's national popularity made him a target for local law enforcement, which found him as a threat and potentially galvanizing the black community and fighting for civil rights in America. And whereas on June 17, 1966, 2 unknown assailants entered Lafayette Bar and Grill. And through that, 3 people were killed and one was injured. Whereas when questioned, police were told the shooters had been black males, but neither Reuben Carter nor his co-defendant, John Artis, was identified as the shooters. And whereas Reuben Carter was wrongly arrested, charged and convicted of triple homicide, and was jailed for 19 years of his life. And whereas after spending the prime of his life behind bars, losing multiple appeals in November 7, 1985, Judge Sarara Khan of the U.S. Supreme Court overturned the case, handing down a decision to free Carter, stating the extensive record clearly demonstrated that the petitioner's convictions were predicated upon an appeal to racism rather than reason, and concealment rather than disclosure. And whereas despite the state's continued efforts to appeal Judge Sarara Khan's decision all the way to the United States Supreme Court until February 1988, Carter charges was formally dismissed and completely exonerated, both Carter and artists, and whereas Carter's autobiography titled The 16th Round, written while he was in prison, was published in 1974, and whereas the story inspired the 1975 Bob Dylan song Hurricane and the 1999 film The Hurricane starring Denzel Washington as Carter. Whereas on October 17, 1975, heavyweight champion Muhammad Ali had a rally of some 1,600 people through the streets of Trenton, urging Governor Brendan Byrne to pardon former middleweight contender. But Reuben wouldn't take the pardon because he said he was innocent. And whereas Carter's exoneration all embraced Carter on the steps of the Passaic County Courthouse in Paterson, New Jersey on Hamilton Street, where Ali took a gold medallion and chain that was given to him by officials in the Philippines, where he defeated Joe Frazier on a technicality knockout after 14 rounds of the Thriller in Manila, and placed it around the neck of Carter for good luck. And whereas Carter, who battled prostate cancer, died one Easter Sunday morning at his home in Toronto, Canada, at the age of 76. At his bedside was his loyal friend and co-defendant, John Artis, who said Carter died a free man and unshackled by bitterness over wrongly accused and spending his prime behind bars for a crime both men remain adamant they did not commit. And whereas the Municipal Council of the City of Paterson wishes to honor the life and legacy of Reuben Hurricane Carter, and whereas the council was determined that the resolution satisfied the criteria established in resolution number 12:354, adopted May 22nd, 2012, for the honorary naming of streets. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Municipal Council of the City of Paterson that the Municipal Council hereby designates Hamilton Street between Grand Street and Ward Street to also be known as the Reuben Hurricane Carter Way. Be it further resolved that the Department of Public Works is hereby directed to post signs accordingly reflecting the said honorary designation. Statement of purpose. The purpose of this resolution is to designate Hamilton Street between Grand Street and Ward Street to be known as the Reuben Hurricane Carter Way. I would just like to add something. Following his release from prison, Reuben became a criminal justice reform advocate and executive director of the Association in Defense of the Wrongly Accused. In 2014, Reuben signed over to Tufts University in Massachusetts all his photographs, correspondence, notes, court documents, and other artifacts, which are on public display at Tufts University in Massachusetts. And I'd like to thank the council.
Thank you so very much to the family for going over the entire resolution. Definitely appreciate it. The community needs to know the history. Now, Councilman Jackson, if there's an amendment that needs to take place on the resolution before we vote?
Correct.
Go ahead, Councilman Jackson.
There's an amendment that I will provide to the clerk after, and if I could just get a second, because I'm sorry?
I said I can't vote on something.
Well, you can vote no. You can vote no, Councilwoman. It's not a problem.
Council members, continue, Councilman Jackson.
So, in fact, the resolution was already read into record by the young lady. It was the portion that she read at the end, and the portion including his two children and his grandchildren by name. They were previously named, but we have all of their names, and that's the amendment. So,
I'll second that.
thank you, Councilwoman Mims.
Okay.
The amendment is to spell out the names of his children.
The name of the children within the body of the
It's not in the
resolution.
resolution.
So if, council members,
So,
if we,
Council President.
Councilman Davila, before,
No, the statement that I wanted to make, he's saying you don't have to vote for it. At any
Go
point,
ahead.
did I not want to vote for it? I'm saying I can't vote on something I don't know what the amendment is. The way the proper process is that you put it on the floor, you get a second, the verbiage is put on record, and that way we can vote on it.
we understand, Councilwoman, so
I
there,
asked for the verbiage of the additional amendment to its resolution.
understood, but there's a motion on the floor for an amendment by Councilman Jackson and moved by Councilwoman Mims. So we will vote on the amendment now.
Council
And
President.
right after, we'll vote on the body of the resolution.
Council President, so it will go in
Councilman
the
Velez?
so actually we'll go in the second whereas, where it mentioned age of 6 and the family, it will go in the second whereas, the names of the children.
Just to add the name of their children within the body of the resolution. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on the amendment, please.
Is that correct? No. I see the family looking, I need to know that that is the amendment that they want on.
That they say
To
yes.
add the
Yes,
names.
yes, sir, yes.
They say yes.
To add the names, okay.
Yes. Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on the amendment of the resolution.
Roll call on item number 40 as amended. Councilman Abdelaziz.
This is to vote for the amendment.
Correct.
Yeah, yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
So the votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. The motion to amend the resolution is hereby approved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we're voting on the action item, resolution number 40, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 40 as amended. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So usually this stuff comes to a committee, but this is something I support. It bypassed the committee, and what I'm going to recommend to the city now, right? This should be something bigger than a street naming. As you guys know, Hamilton Street is maintained and operated by the county, right? This is something we should partner up with the county and look for a statue. Look for something big. There's a courtyard there, right? This is a legendary, this story, no, but this story, I've read everything that your father has been through, right? It brings chills, you know, what he had to live by. But Hamilton Street is a big artery in the city. A street naming with the little street side. No, they do jazz festivals out there. Hundreds of people throughout Passaic County, state of New Jersey, go to Hamilton Street. So I would gladly, Madam BA, the county administrator and I have a great relationship, Matt Jordan. I think we could put a meeting with the family and the county administration to see how we can incorporate not just the history of Hurricane Carter, right? So when people are out there having lunch, I'm talking about a plaque with the history where everyone from Passaic County, and the county could do that. So let's take this a step further. Let's take this a step further and use this as an educational moment. I gladly support this, and I'll sit with the family. I'll text Matt Jordan right now to set up a meeting and go from there. So my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say, Councilman Al-Albazi, that is very, very, for you to put a statue or a plaque in the courtyard, in front of the Social Service Board, in front of the courthouse. But I just want to say that, you know, Reuben Hurricane Carter was in the boxing business, and of course my husband was in the boxing business, and he was a referee. And I know he spoke to him several times, but to say, people always talk about the city of Paterson, but greatness comes out of the city of Paterson. And people can say what they want, but we have some great people that have come out of this city. And let me tell you something, Reuben Hurricane Carter was one of them that put us on the map with his boxing career. He put us on the map. So for people to sit there and say it's bad, 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 no, it's not. It's good, 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 because we've got too many good ones here. But it's an honor for me, and I want to thank Councilman Jackson for allowing me to have my name on this resolution. Is really wonderful for me. And I was just telling one of my friends in the hallway where you know, Muhammad Ali gave Reuben Hurricane Carter the chain when he went to the Thriller in Manila. You should have seen what the city of the Manila, Philippines did for Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier. It actually has a museum there, and I was just fortunate enough and blessed to be able to go to that country to see that museum. So I want to say, for you to have the medal from that big fight, and you know it was the Thriller in Manila, and everybody was looking forward to that so much, but for you to have that medal is just such a great honor. And I'm telling you, it's such a pleasure, and I'm honored that I'm sitting here on the council, because sometimes you don't know when things come in front of you, to be able to be here and to still be around here, to see certain things get recognized. Because sometimes people don't want to recognize people because things change. But I'm honored to be here, to be able to sit here. And Madam Clerk, for that, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davalin.
So just like my colleague, who's the chair actually of street naming, I'm the vice chair, he did mention this didn't go through its committee. But moving forward and just seeing the history and seeing the family here and seeing the daughter and the whole family in tears, I mean, how can you not support such a thing? When I mentioned the piece of the amendment, when I'm voting on something, I want to know what I'm voting on. And in terms of an amendment, this is going to be on record. So I want to make sure, okay, that I'm in support of whatever that amendment is. So in this case, understanding that the children's name will be added to the body of the resolution so it can remain in our books for history. Okay, I'm in definite support. I'm very glad that I'm here sitting today being able to support this. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. And in addition, I will be championing with Councilman Abdulaziz, as well as him and I. We have very great relationships at the county level, and many of us here as well. And I'm sure that each one of us will be making our phone calls too, to stand with Councilman Abdulaziz and make sure that we could do this bigger and better. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davalin. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I was going to wait, but I guess, yeah, I was going to pass. And with respect, I'm trying to be last, but it's not really that important. What I would say is this. It was an absolute pleasure to be endowed with the opportunity to be able to subscribe this legislation. And, first, it's so many relevant scriptures. I'm sure the good Dr. Reverend Mims could help, right? But things happen for all reasons. So I'm appreciative for the hierarchy of the regime within the legal department when refusal to write any of my legislation, because it made me have to actually write each word of this myself. And in doing so, it required me to do extensive research and finding out, I never knew Muhammad Ali had came to Paterson. I never knew that. I mean, I knew the legacy of Hurricane Carter. In fact, I've had the pleasure of living across the street from his sister for many, many years, and her son and I, having afternoon talk, soapbox talk all the time with regard to the lineage and the heritage of your family. But it's just so much to say. And I'm appreciative to Councilman Abdulaziz because, unfortunately, I do not have those great relationships on the county level. But the statute was already have been proposed. We just was talking about it in the hallway. In fact, I had spoken to the Assemblyman earlier today because something else I learned was that the Assemblyman Wimberly, his cousin, was murdered by Paterson police outside of the Armory during a Hurricane Carter fight that was taking place at the Armory. So much history that we just continue to allow to be overlooked and surpassed. So I'm happy, so happy that we had an opportunity to do this. With that being said, to his daughter and to the rest of the family, I think that, this community owes you guys so much more. A sign in the street, it's okay. I mean, your lineage would continue on, but this community owes you guys so much more. 19 years of his life, he spent 19 years of your life that he spent behind bars, wrongly accused. And I want to say this, that it was that judge, that faithful judge, that held fast to it, because even after he was exonerated, the city of Paterson and Passaic County continued to pursue the appeal. So when you talk about the lack of consideration for black lives, and it's been it's been a part of our history and lineage for so long. We have this council, and not that I'm trying to mitigate the process, but I've sat in here and I've voted in favor of street namings on individuals that have never touched soil in this country. But yet, this is a Paterson person, School 6, Governor Street, Paterson, and we have done a poor job with acknowledging his very existence, and then for those family members that still reside in the city of Paterson. So my hat goes off to you guys, to him for being such a great steward, for graciously spending 19 years of his life incarcerated and still not being bitter. In fact, the last thing I'll say is this, and I apologize, Council President, for prolonging it. His work that he took on, the Freedom Program, the day after he died, the person that he worked hardest was freed the day after he died. My hair is standing up. It was so much to include, and Joe, you understand, it's like it was a living and breathing document every day. More information kept coming forward. So if I did not have the full amendment readily available, it will be provided before the night is over, because there's so much more that deserves to be said. And a statue is well deserving of a person who spent his life on the streets of Paterson and then had such an enormous impact on the entire world, right here from Paterson. And with that being said, this is probably one of my most proudest moments of being on this council, Madam Clerk, because I have an opportunity to vote for someone that I know has struggled through the same circumstances that I have had to struggle with. Even today, as I've been wrongfully accused, I stand here to be the person to bring this item forward. I'm thankful to the family. I'm thankful to the family for allowing me to be a vehicle. I'm thankful to all of those who gave encouragement. Former Councilman Aslan Gal, who's such a major fan. Former Councilman Anthony Davis. I mean, there's so many, but you know, I'm graciously and humbly grateful. I appreciate it. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It is an honor for me to vote on this resolution. This is Paterson history, and we need to think big. We need to think outside the box. Like Councilman Al Abdulaziz said, we definitely, all of us, some way or somehow, we have a connection with the county officials. We need to make the phone calls, and we need to make that happen. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Councilwoman Mims.
So one of the things I wholeheartedly believe is that we should give people their flowers while they can smell them. Mm-hmm. But even if we don't give them while they're smelling, we give them while their people are alive and their family is present, to be able to sit and to watch as we go forth and put a staple in the ground to the history of someone that is so popular, and their history speaks for so many people that are in the struggle even today. So there's two things I did as soon as I saw this on the agenda. Councilman Jackson already said it, so I want to thank Councilman Jackson, first of all, for leading the charge for this item and allowing myself and Councilwoman Cotton to be with him a sponsor, as well as Councilman Abdelaziz's idea of expanding it even beyond for the history. But when you look up the word hurricane, hurricane is a storm with a violent wind, a wind of force, but a constant speed. I'm gonna say it again. A hurricane is a storm with a violent wind, a wind of force at a constant speed. So no matter what tried to stop Reuben Hurricane Carter, he was a storm of a violent wind, a wind of force, and a constant speed. And when I prayed about this item, I kept saying, I wonder what scripture kept him together when he was fighting for his freedom, as a storm of a violent wind and a wind of force. And the scripture that came to me was this, Psalm 23. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the path of righteousness, even though he was wrongly accused for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through this valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for his rod and his staff, they are there to comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Amen. Thou anointest my head with oil, and my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Every time we walk down Ward Street, every time children are in the courtyard of Hamilton Plaza, they will never forget the violent wind of force that had a constant speed by the name of Reuben Hurricane Carter. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I was having that same thought in my mind. When people go through difficulties, moment, you have to grab yourself to that scripture. And some people lose faith in the system, and some people lose faith in people. But when you don't lose your faith in who called you, then you could say, this is a time for celebration. This is a time for celebration. A lot of people have made the call today. I don't need to make another call. Everybody's watching these meetings and the council meetings on the county level, because every time we out there, they say, what kind of mess do you guys have out there? But now we don't have a mess. We are doing the right thing. And I don't want to hear the excuse that Hamilton Plaza or the buildings surround it is a historic preservation. This is history. And this belongs in a history preservation area in the city of Paterson. And I hope the statue that comes, by faith, I believe it's going to come, okay, is not removed like a Rocky Balboa statue that was removed back and forth, that was made based on a movie. This is going to stay permanent in Paterson because this is history, and it's a live history for the family and for us. There was a councilwoman that was here before us, and I know Councilman McCoy is going to test at this. Every time that she had an opportunity to talk of a Hurricane Carter Hurricane, and I'm reading his name, but I know it's Hurricane. It was Councilwoman Vera Ames. See, that tells you how many times I sit down on the other side in the council meeting before being council member. So Councilwoman Vera Ames always was preaching about Hurricane Carter. And I got to say this, last but not least, I'm grateful for the family. I lost my father when I was 11 years old. And when they tell me and they say things that he did good in New York, I still say why I was not there. You know? So this is going to live in our memories, and also we could teach our kids to survive and to rise. I was saying the other day that every time that Martin Luther King birthday celebration comes, not his memorial, birthday celebration, that he had a dream. This, what we're doing today, is honoring his vision and dream. Standing strong, what is right. So saying that, Madam Clerk, we're proud that I know that I consider myself brown and black. Okay? My vote is honoring the dream of this family and the person that survived against all odds. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Definitely, item number 40 is a very, very special item. I want to take this moment to thank Councilman Jackson and all my council colleagues for the great support on this item. When I was putting the agenda together, we had a conversation, and item number 40 have to be that special item on the non-consent agenda, because Ruben Hurricane Carrot, he's not only Paterson history, he's American history. We're talking about Muhammad Ali, George Foreman, involved in his life. And I definitely believe that his history, we got to talk about the history of Hurricane Carrot at the Paterson Blue School. Our children need to know his life, his history, his legacy. They need to know this. I would love to invite the board members and the family to sit down and find a way to bring the history of Ruben Hurricane Carrot to our Paterson Public School to teach our children. And we got to make sure that his history stay right there on Hamilton Street. It could be the statue, it could be a plaque. The history have to be there. Paterson need to know, because he was Paterson history. So it's a privilege. My third ward constituent, you live in the third ward as your councilman. May God continue blessing the family with long life and health. And we're here to support this project. And we're moving forward for that special day for the renaming of this section of Hamilton Street with the name of Ruben Hurricane Carrot. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Item number 40 is hereby adopted.
Thank you.
Council President,
Councilman Abdelaziz.
so to the administration and to the sponsors, the county's willing to work with you guys, so they want to meet with you guys. I'm going to give you Matt Jordan's number. Actually, when I texted him, he sent me the hurricane tapes as a podcast saying we're ready to work. So the county is on board, so I recommend work with the county before we do anything. So I'm going to come give you his cell number.
Thank you. So now let's move to the consent agenda, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed on the consent agenda are numbers 20 through 38. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So move.
Second.
It was moved by Councilwoman Davila and second by Councilwoman Mintz and Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on the consent agenda.
Roll call for approval of the consent agenda. Councilman Abdelaziz. Oh, he's not here. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Mr. President,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. The consent agenda is hereby adopted.
Council
Thank you, Madam
President.
Clerk. Item 41, Madam Clerk.
Council President.
Councilman Velez.
I know there is also public here for the vacated street. Can you also take care of that
On second reading.
on the second reading?
We're just waiting,
okay.
Councilman Velez. Very brief. We just have a few items on the non-consent agenda. Let's take care of those items, and then we'll go to second reading after non-consent agenda. Madam Clerk, item 41.
Item number 41 is a resolution commemorating Muslim Heritage Month in the city of Paterson. It's sponsored by the Municipal Council. It's Resolution 24 024.
So moved.
Second.
Move by, it was moved by Councilman Abdelaziz, Councilman Shaheen Khalid,
And Velez.
and second by Councilman Marixia Davila, Councilman Mins, Councilman Velez, Councilwoman Cotton, and Council President Alex Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 41.
What about if I'm Muslim?
Roll call on item number 41 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So January is Muslim Heritage Month, not only in the city of Paterson, but throughout the state. This is the month that we recognize all the contributions that Muslims have given this great city and the state of New Jersey. And I just want everyone to understand and educate ourselves that being Muslim doesn't mean being Arab, Middle Eastern, Bangladesh. It's a religion of all colors, all nationalities, from African American, Hispanic, white, whatnot. It's a religion that many people follow. So my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Recognizing Muslim Month for the city of Paterson, and when you look at all the history, and as our Councilman Al said next to me, they come from all different countries. They have contributed to many good deeds and many good things here in our city, and we want to recognize them in celebration of the Muslim Heritage Month. And I want to say to my Corporation Counsel, Amin Abushi, who have brought it to our attention, I want to thank you for bringing that and for doing that. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
So we all know that the city of Paterson and the state of New Jersey is a melting pot. And as a councilwoman at large, I represent all. And I also respect all. And so for my brothers here on the council who are Muslim, all right, and that goes for Councilman Abdelaziz, Councilman Khalid, as well as Councilman Udin, who's still not here with us. And once again, we are in prayer for the loss of your mother. It gives me just great pleasure to stand here and be able to support everyone's religion, because at the end of the day, God is love. Love, love, love. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Khalid.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We live in the greatest country in the world. We do have a freedom of religion in this country. And over 30,000 Muslims estimated live in city of Paterson. And I want to thank our governor for designating month of January as a Muslim Heritage Month as well. And thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Khalid. Councilwoman Mims.
It's already been stated, but we are definitely a diverse community filled with great people, great food, and great cultural differences. And sometimes there's many similarities once you get to embrace and learn the culture. I'm really excited about being able to acknowledge and identify and learn the history of all the people that live in our community, because once we know our history, there's never a disrespect. So I really appreciate and honor this item. I look forward to celebrating with our brothers and sisters of the Muslim community. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
I celebrate anything that comes from the upper, from the Lord. And I think the Muslim community not only have contributed in our community, also they pray for us the same way we pray for them. And I had to say this. Hopefully in this month, the world understand that we need to free Palestine. We need to free Palestine. Do not forget about that. We pray for them, and we are here united to see peace. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You know, as you hear my colleague, Paterson is one of the most diverse cities in the nation. And this month of January is the month to acknowledge the hard work, the contribution, and the dedication of the Muslim community in the city of Paterson. And yes, Councilman Shaheen Khalid, over 30,000 Muslims call Paterson home, and that's the reason why we're a better city. With that being said, Councilman Abdelaziz, I'm looking forward to some event with the Muslim leaders leaders in the city of Paterson, in the chamber. Let's work on that. Let's put it together. Mr. Corporation Council, let's definitely acknowledge our Muslim community in the month of January. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 41 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 42.
Yes, 1. Item number 42 is a resolution designating the month of April as National Donate Life Month in the city of Paterson. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton.
Second.
It's a city council resolution 24025.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, second by Councilwoman Davila and Councilman
Wait a
Velez.
second. Wait.
So moved.
Wait. Okay, because I needed to make some changes on here. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay.
Life change.
Madam Clerk,
Life change.
Councilwoman Ruby Cotton will make some changes. Councilwoman.
I'm going to add my 2 councilwomen, Donate a Life, Councilwoman Mims, Dr. Lisa Mims, Councilwoman Marissa Davila, and the remaining council members as co-sponsor.
Thank you.
Change that, please.
Excellent. So we got to change it, Madam Clerk. So 3 sponsors,
I
Councilwoman
move.
Ruby Cotton, Councilwoman Davila, and
Yep.
Councilwoman Dr. Lisa Mims. They will be the sponsor, and the remaining council as a co-sponsor.
Okay. You ready? Roll call.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 42.
Roll call on item number 42 as amended. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say, at Vera Ames Community Park one day, I was driving by there, and there were some people in the park. So I always, like, if I see someone in the park, I'll stop to see what event they're doing. And what they were doing was people that needed organs, whether it's lungs, kidneys, eyes, something. So, as I stopped in the park, it says, you don't realize the amount of people, and even in the city of Paterson, that needs transplants. They need transplants. So some years ago, that made me decide to make sure on my driving license that I put a donor. So if something happens to me, they know I'm a donor. And they can take my organs to help save, because I didn't realize sometimes one person's body can save 80 lives. I didn't realize that until I started reading about donors. And so I wanted to, the lady reached out to me to designate, and the month of April is called the National Donate Life Month. And I wanted to do this because we don't realize, I met a lady in the park who had pancreas, lungs, kidney, just so many. And I think that we need to look at ourselves, if we can save someone else's lives, that's what we should do. We should save other people's lives, because there's so much that we don't realize, that we can do. So I'm honored. I just want to say to you, Council President, that this is an organization, and I'm trying to think of the name of it. It's called Save a Life. No, it's called New Jersey Sharing Network, and it's Life-Saving Mission. And Council President, they would like to come here maybe in the month of March, just to talk to us about saving lives.
Okay.
How we as a community can help save lives, because you don't realize how many people need an organ, need a transplant. So I want to put that on record for you to please let her come sometime in March. But so they have now, in the state of New Jersey, we have approximately like 4,000 people waiting for organs. And throughout the United States of America, it's 100,000 people waiting to get organs. 100,000. That's a lot. So with that being said, Council President, and to my sponsor, we will have the lady come in from the New Jersey Shared Network on saving lives and what we can do as citizens here in the city of Paterson and throughout the country, how we can save other people's lives. So with that being said, thank you, everyone, my council colleagues, for to even put it out there, because sometimes people don't realize some of the things that we need to get done, and little things like that. When you see someone and you're walking and they done got 10 transplant with something, an organ, a lung, a double lung transplant, a pancreas, kidneys, it's just so much. It's just so much. I don't realize that until you sit down and really talk to one of them. With that being said, Madam Clerk, My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila?
So I've experienced, very close, someone needing a transplant, a kidney transplant as that. And it was a husband and a wife, somebody very close to me. And she wasn't a match for her husband. But what's so great about that is that when you put yourself in those lists, right? She was able to save her husband's life by actually donating one of her kidneys to someone else, all right? So I do believe in this, and I want to thank you for adding me and Councilwoman Mims as sponsors. I wish that I could donate. I don't think I could, but I've been told I can. But with that said, taking this action and being more informed and putting the information out there is really important. So I support it. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Khalid?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims?
So first, I want to thank Councilwoman Cotton for allowing the ladies to sponsor this item. It's amazing because when I came in the office last week, Councilwoman Cotton mentioned this item to me, and 2 weeks prior to that, someone that I know, a family member, they were waiting on a kidney transplant, and where the doctor had told them if they were not going to get this transplant, they would have died. And within maybe 5 days of that notice from the doctor, they said they had to get to Johns Hopkins within a matter of 48 hours because the heart came in. It was because of a donor. So items like this are very important, not just to the community at large, but even in my family of the person that just had a transplant done, and and they're doing well. So Councilwoman Cotton, thank you so much. We have to keep saving people's lives while we save our own. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I wear many hats, and those that knows me from way back knows that I work as a funeral director. And it's amazing when you donate a bone, how much that do in our life and people out there. The cells, the bones, and donation is not only organs, full body bones, is also part of giving life to others. So I know cases from Paterson that have been dramatic and still in our memory. Some people that have passed away, young people that are living in other people's body. And I'm not going to mention the names, but to respect the family privacy, that are living in other people's bodies from Paterson. So saying that, Madam Councilwoman Cotton, we always celebrate life, and thank you for joining the national donor events that we're going to have in April. Hopefully we could do a big event here in Paterson, create conscience into people participate in some aspect or the other. My vote is yes on this.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 42 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 43.
Item number 43 is a resolution honoring and celebrating 200 years anniversary of First Baptist Church of Paterson. It's sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez. It's a City Council Resolution 24026.
Move.
Second.
I want to add,
Move.
may I add?
Council members, please. Councilman Jackson. Councilman Velez.
Oh, thank you. Councilman Velez.
Go ahead, Councilman.
I want to add Councilwoman Mims into a sponsor, and also Councilwoman Rubicon, and also Councilwoman Marisa Davila, and the remaining of the council co-sponsor.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Madam Clerk, so we have Councilwoman Mims, Councilwoman Davila, and Councilwoman Rubicon also as a sponsor with Councilman Velez, and the remaining council member as co-sponsor. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 43.
You didn't announce who moved and seconded. You didn't announce who moved and seconded.
It was moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilwoman Davila and Mims also as well. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 43. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now this is the First Baptist Church, which is on the corner of Washington Street Councilman Velez, Washington
Yes,
Street
yes, yes.
and Van Houten Street.
Yes.
They are going to be celebrating 200 years.
Yeah, that's something.
200 years here. Councilman Velez, and that church, in the corner there, they have three different languages that they have the services in.
Yes.
So to celebrate 200 years, that's just, to me, outstanding. For them to still be here, to still celebrate, the people are still coming to church. And I always say we must still continue to go to church. With that being said, it's an honor that we're here to see them to celebrate 200-year anniversary at the First Baptist Church of the City of Paterson. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila?
So when I was born, this church was already celebrating 150 years. So it gives me honor to be able to support this matter and to celebrate 200 years with them. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
2 centuries, longer than any one of us have been living. This is a great honor. Thank you, Councilman Velez, for allowing us to be a co-sponsor alongside of you. Anytime a church has existed for 200 years, God's word definitely has proven itself to remain. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez?
You know, I want to highlight the second whereas First Baptist Church of Paterson was the first interracial church in the city with the initial member including John J. Brown, the first mayor of Paterson, Henry P. Crosby, father of the Parks, who secretly served as an agent of the Underground Railroad, assisting slaves that came through Paterson to escape to Canada, as well as free slave like Coffee Joseph, who traveled over 8 miles to attend service. Wow. If we encourage people to just call 1 block away to go to church, this city would be better. 8 miles to attend church. And that means a lot, 200 years. I believe in 200 years, I believe the city hall and a church in the back is a nice picture. So we celebrate ministry, we celebrate church. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Congratulations on the First Baptist Church of the City of Paterson, 200 years. I'm looking forward to that very, very special celebration. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 43 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can we do item 44, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Give me a minute. Item number 44 is a resolution designating February 2024 as Black History Month in the city of Paterson, with the theme African Americans and the Arts, Our Legacy, Our Lineage, Our Life. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton, Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims, and Councilman Michael Jackson, and co-sponsored by all remaining members of the Municipal Council. It's Resolution 24027.
Second.
Move it.
It was moved by Councilwoman Mims, Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, and Councilman Jackson as well, and second by Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Velez, and Council President Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 44 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to remind everyone that February is Black History Month, that we will be celebrating it on February 1st. What we have decided to do is that instead of being at 12 noon, we have moved it to 4 p.m. This way it gives more people a chance to get here. After the flag raising, then we will be doing the honorees upstairs, which is, I would say, start at 5. I encourage you all to come out. It's going to be an outstanding program that we have planned, and inside and outside. So hopefully all of you watching, please come out February 1st, which is a Thursday, at 4 p.m. with the flag raising, and then we come right upstairs at 5 o'clock, and we'll go into our program. So please, I encourage you to come out and enjoy our Black History Month program that Councilman Jackson and Councilwoman Mims and myself is putting it together to have an outstanding Black History Month celebration. Thank you. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
I'm looking forward to the first. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
So I just want to say, it has been a great opportunity this year. The program is being done by myself, Councilwoman Cotton, and Councilman Jackson. But Councilman Jackson is definitely a gentleman. He allows the ladies to do it, and then he just says, we call him and he says, okay. So we appreciate that, Councilman Jackson. We appreciate that, Councilman Jackson. But the program, as Councilwoman Cotton has already said, is going to be really, really awesome. Please don't entertain things on social media. I'm going to say that.
Yes.
If you have any questions pertaining to the program, call myself or Councilwoman Cotton. The February Black History Month program is always handled by the city council members. It's been that way, and it started by Councilman Vera Ames. The first flag raising ever done for any culture was done by Councilwoman Vera Ames for Black History Month, and then every ethnicity followed after that. So I wanted to give a shout out to the matriarch, Councilwoman Vera Ames. She put the history out on social media. Others followed and they remembered it, and I just wanted to acknowledge that Councilwoman Vera Ames, we appreciate you, because every flag that has been raised since that first flag has been because of you blazing the trail. Madam Clerk, with that being stated, I want to remind our council colleagues, please select your honorees so that we can get our book done and we can get it to the printer. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
Madam Clerk, are you okay?
Yeah, okay.
Good. So, once again, I got to say it, when this time of the year comes, I am proud to celebrate also. We all come. If you look, I always say it in the council, if you look at my grandma, just look like people here in the room. Martin Luther King stated and continues stating, and I like to listen every time that statement. I have a dream, but I changed it this week. We honoring the dream and vision of Martin Luther King. So every day that something positive comes out for any part of the community that honors brown and black, we had to honor that dream and that vision of the community. I'm excited to see the celebration. I tried to be here last year. I was out of the country for emergency, but hopefully I can be here this year. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilman Abdulaziz, we're voting on item number 44.
Absolutely. Look forward to what the councilwoman have planned, the councilman have planned for us, and I will get my nominee to the clerk, right? Not to you, to the clerk. Yes, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Abdulaziz. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is a very, very special event. Civilization started in Africa, and February the 1st, we're going to have music, history in the chamber of the great city hall of the city of Paterson. Please, Paterson, make time, put this event on your calendar. And I want to thank the committee for changing the time from 12 o'clock to 4 p.m. so that we allow the resident of the city of Paterson to stop by City Hall right after work and enjoy this beautiful event. I know my council colleagues, they all have their honorees, so we're gonna, pay respect and acknowledge the contribution of all those honorees on the Black History Month, February the 1st at 4 p.m. here in City Hall. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Item number 44 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 45.
Item number 45 is a resolution authorizing amendments number 1 to resolution number 20:204 and authorizing amendments number 3 to resolution number 20:365, repurposing certain CDBG funding for the purchase of 3 ambulances for the Paterson Fire Department. It's Community Development Resolution 24:028.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Velez, Councilman Abdelaziz, and Councilwoman Davila. Councilwoman Davila, number 45. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 45.
Roll call on item number 45 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
We need those ambulance. My vote is yes.
Mr. President,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We've been using the same ambulance since COVID. We desperately need those 3 ambulances, and we finally will definitely get it. So I'm very pleased to support this item 45. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Item number 45 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 46.
Item number 46 is a resolution authorizing amendment number 2 to resolution number 22:722 and authorizing amendment number 1 to resolution number 23:213, repurposing leftover HESG funding to Catholic Family and Community Services, CFCS, for homeless prevention services and rapid rehousing program, Community Development Resolution 24:029.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims
Council
and
President.
Councilman Velez. Councilman Velez.
After this is approval, if it's possible, that the department that handle this funding to give to Catholic Family and Community Service to give us a list, at least, how many Patersonian they help. You know, we understand that this funding goes, but this agency serve the county. Okay, so I want to know how many Patersonians are getting benefit of this funding in Paterson Catholic Family. I don't have no doubt that they be using it the right way, but we need to make sure that we are serving Patersonian. That's the comment I want to say too. And
Thank you.
request.
It's a request. We have the director of community development here, so and she will just provide some information. If he doesn't have all the information, I'm very sure she will send us an email to the entire governing body. Director, good evening.
I don't have the actual numbers, but everyone that's funded under this program is specifically for Patersonians. So we will give you the list of it.
Yeah, but
We're not
it's good to
Thank- Thank you, Director.
I trust in you.
Director, we appreciate your work, and I have to say, I have to put this on record, you are very effective when it comes to provide information to this governing body. You provide those information on details every time. So we want to say thank you, and we'll move on with this item.
Council President,
Councilwoman Cotton?
let me just ask you, Director, this is leftover funding from 2023 or 2022?
22 and 23.
So Catholic Family Services was the only one that applied?
Yes, because Heart of Hannah already received funds for the same allocation.
Oh, she already received it. Now, let me just ask you, did Catholic Family Services finish their, did they draw down on all their funding already?
All of the COVID money, they spent it all.
They spent it all?
All of it.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Director.
So Council
Roll call.
President, yes, and Madam.
Councilman Velez.
Yeah, thank you, President. No doubts, the money gets there, but we get a lot of people calling us. I know the funding is being used different ways. Like, for example, when people go to eviction and they go there, they get deposit and catch up with whatever the landlord is asking for that. I understand that. I want to make sure that, you know, how many people are getting served with this money, because there's going to be a point in this city that this amount of money is not going to be enough, especially with the amount of people who are getting evicted because the rent is high, or they're getting, moved or whatever. So I'm afraid that this money is not going to be enough, and then we had to ask for more money to put it in the right way. And also, if it's a lot of money, that motivate the administration to create our own relocation office back, and we manage that money. So, looking at two aspects of it. I know they manage it, but we had to bring our own relocation, because a lot of people come to our city requesting help for deposit, for eviction situation, and we want to make sure we serve our city the right way. We are, but we...
Thank you, Director. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 46.
Roll call on item number 46 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez.
My vote is yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
so the votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Item number 46 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 47.
Item number 47 is a resolution to amend Resolution number 22:638 to provide a 6-month extension to outreach partners to support the Paterson Opioid Response Team, ORT, from October 2022 to March 2024. It's a police resolution 24:030.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims.
Cotton, please.
And Cotton also. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll
Madam
call
Clerk.
on item number,
Just a second, Councilman Jackson.
Please place on record, I'm recusing myself from this item.
Councilman Jackson is recusing himself for this item. Item number 47, Madam Clerk. Roll call on the item.
Councilman
Velez.
There's a list of 6 churches and nonprofit organization operation, when they could go there, how's the program working on the streets. You know, I know they have the address. I'm not against it. They have the address and everything, but it's good to know they have 6 more nonprofit organizations working on this. And I wish we could have 20 more, probably down the end on the road. We probably going to need more funding because remember something, Council President, knowing that Paterson is the county seat, and every time we announce this type of programs in our city, the remaining 50 municipalities say go to Paterson, and then we need to serve them, right? So I just want to make sure that more funding goes to the proper needs, and especially when we announce it, they go to Paterson, they have funding. Meanwhile, those municipalities, yeah, you know, so want to make sure that we get a fair share here.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 47.
I think if I,
Councilwoman Cotton.
I'm sorry, I think that we have the director here who's overseeing this opioid program. I hear Councilman Velez say people coming here because we got a program.
No.
What did you say?
It's
It's separate.
I just wanted you to make that clear, that I see you out there on Saturdays, I see you out there on Sundays. You be on Broadway, you be on Summer Street, you be on Fair Street, you be on, I see you. And because what you're doing is when you go out there, you are trying to convince those to please, we have help for you, we have beds for you, we have to put you, we need to put you in a program. This is what this is for. And I see the people out there working. When it first came in, it wasn't no outside, it wasn't no help.
That's what I'm saying.
They thought they could do it themselves, but they don't realize they need boots on the ground people. You gotta be boots on the ground. You gotta walk in the neighborhoods, and you gotta talk to people. You gotta do that. And I want to say you're doing an outstanding job, Trinette, with this. So
Thank you, Councilwoman, for
that's what
explaining.
this is for, a boots on the ground organization.
Appreciate your explanation. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 47.
roll call on item number 47 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Councilwoman Khan, Jamie Bland uses boots on the ground. don't
Boots on the
they? All right,
ground.
so my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Cotton.
Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
To Madam BA and to the coordinator that's in charge, before this was put in place, and it was definitely needed that we would have people that are already in the community that were connected to be able to do this. But one of the things I think we should have now is the tracking information. How many connects are we making, follow-ups, accurate phone numbers, all that information. So if you could just provide all of that detail, because maybe 2 or 3 years ago, we didn't have that in place until we had these local entities partner to ensure. So I would like to see some of that data over the last 2 years because we're approving it, but I just want to see the work that's being done by these great organizations. With that being stated, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 7 yeses, 1 recusal, 1 absent. Item number 47 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 48.
Item number 48 is a resolution authorizing award of contract to Rich Tree Service, Inc. for tree trimming, pruning, and removal services for the Department of Public Works. It's a Public Works Resolution 24031.
So move.
Second.
It was moved by Councilwoman Davila and Councilman Velez, and second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilwoman Mims.
So I just have to put it on record. So this item is for tree trimming. So the RFP is for up to $200,000. One of the things that I have made clear is that, and possibly not for this item, but we definitely need to, in the future, have another item based on the needs assessment of all of the overgrown trees in Paterson. On Broadway, as you're on 33rd, going down the hill or coming back the other way, the trees are literally kissing each other across the highway. We have a lot of old trees in our community with the weather and the storms that we're having. We'll have a lot of trees that are falling on the roadway. So, Madam BA, I am asking once again that we do an RFP with a dollar amount that is much higher to address the issues across citywide and not just in certain spots, but citywide to address and before we have a catastrophe or fatality based on the situation. Thank you, Council President.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 48 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam BA. I had requested last time, maybe a couple of weeks ago, about 94 Governor Street. It is absolutely horrible. The stump is like pushing the whole block sidewalks up. So I need to have that tree stump removed. It's between 90 and 98. I can't remember the exact address, but I have requested it before. So we have to get some of these tree stumps up that we have. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Just want to call your attention, 3-man crew, $185 per hour. So it's good to know how much our crew is getting paid, right? But 3-man crew, $185 per hour. My vote is yes, but this is a contract, so you imagine how we're going here.
Councilman
Madam Clerk, Madam Clerk, sorry, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We definitely have a very sensitive discussion about this contract. We definitely has a lot of tree. I would like to thank DPW. We took care of some of the old tree at the at Eastside Park. We removed them with the totally renovated tennis court that we have at Eastside Park. We took some of those trees around, but we'll still have a lot of third world residents that have those trees on the list to be cut. Madam BA, we have to continue the conversation on this item. So with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 48 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So there's an item very important on second reading. Madam Clerk, let's do item number 3 on second reading.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 3 is a second reading ordinance. Public hearing is required for this item. It's an ordinance supplementing Chapter 427 of the Paterson Code entitled Solid Waste to provide for fees and procedures related to bulk waste collection and disposal. It's a Public Works Ordinance number 24 003.
So
Move it. Moved by Councilwoman Mims and Council President Mendes, and second by Councilwoman Davila and Councilman Velez.
Point of order. Council President, I understand you removed my motion to put yourself and put me second, but it was me and Mims.
Okay, so Councilman Velez, if we add on the move also with Councilwoman Mims and Council President Mendes and Councilman Velez, and second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call on item number 3. Public hearing is now open for item number 3.
Seeing I move to close.
Move to close, Madam Clerk. Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims.
Anybody want to say something? So fast.
Roll call, Madam
Roll call
Clerk.
to close the public hearing on item number 3. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
So this is, yes.
Councilman Velez.
This is for, right?
This is
Yeah.
closing the public
All right,
hearing.
yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Discussion.
so the votes are,
You gotta wait.
Oh, okay.
the votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Public hearing on item number 3 is hereby closed.
Discussion.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Yes, it is. There's no, it's
Remove.
only remove the fee. Listen, let me say this.
Just council members, give us a second. It was a moving second. We're ready for a vote. Let's allow Councilman Velez to briefly address
Correct.
us before we continue with. Go ahead, Councilman Velez.
So it's good that we're going to remove the fee. We agree on that. But since the January 2nd started, I receiving calls, I don't know you guys, receiving calls about seniors that are not savvy in computers. They don't have a computer. They don't have a smartphone. Here says that they had to schedule. No. I had a resident calling the Department of Public Works to schedule, and they send them to schedule through the website. I had to call back again and let's say, Council President, are we going to have
Councilman Velez has the floor.
So
I will open the floor for discussion right after he.
I had to call back. I had to call back and tell the person, please schedule for me. This senior don't have a computer, don't have a smartphone. Come on. So, Madam BA, I know that he said that we had to schedule with DPW, go website or, through the system or whatever. But we have seniors out there that are not savvy, they don't have the computer, they don't have the way to do it. We need to make sure we serve them with a phone call if they call. And the other thing is, they made me aware that now the bulk is going to be picked up Saturday and Sunday. So that have to be also sent out there to the resident in a form of not happy, we are happy here, send them a letter. We have all the addresses. I know that when we want to announce something, we have all the address of the taxpayer, home property or whatever in record. Send a letter. Say, residents of Paterson, your bulk day is going to be picked up Saturday and Sunday on the entire city. Okay? For the resident would know that they could put the mattress, the sofa, the ex-husband or whatever out there. I just want to make the joke to see if they understand, right? But please, make sure that this information is out there because we receive a lot of calls. And a lot. And we're trying to make sure that this operation works, but communication is a must.
Thank you.
A must.
That's
And
true.
Council President, last but not least, also they have to make sure that the recycling center is open. All that stuff will alleviate the calls, et cetera, et cetera. So those because I received also calls that people was upset with us because we approve a fee for books, and I tell her, go back to the meeting.
Yes.
We voted in first reading eliminating the fee.
Yes.
The problem here is, Madam BA, that when we approve something that administration is putting forward to get our blessing and approval, and is approved, the first complainants that come for the second floor on the phone or whatever, they say, blame the council. They the one that voted for it. They the one that did this. They the one that did that. So this is an administration ordinance. We went to the agreement to meet in the middle that we're gonna eliminate the fee of the bulk, but at the same time, service come with it, and when the seniors and people that aren't have a computer or whatever needs to get that, make that phone call and be treated as they have a computer or whatever. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. I have two speakers, two of my colleagues, Councilwoman Mintz and Councilman Shaheen Khalik. But Madam BA, that need to be clarified for the record, because it's my understanding and our understanding that people they could call and make a request and put them on the schedule, and it doesn't have to go through the website. I've been promoting that, and since the beginning, I've been promoting that. So can you explain to the viewers what is the status with our pickup schedule?
Yes, thank you, Council President. And yes, there are acknowledged by the director today in the press conference that we had given an update about trash earlier this afternoon, which I believe is also going to be replayed on our cable access channel and on YouTube, that there were some challenges in the beginning, the first week with the phone, because there were so many people calling. And so we transferred the phone line. Councilman Velez? Okay, I just want to make sure that, because I know you asked that question. There are so many people calling and asking questions. So there still is the phone number that people can schedule through that way. But we are truly encouraging people who can to utilize the website, so that only maybe the seniors or people who don't have smartphones and the like would make the call to the department, which we know, they have posted this number as 973-321-1573, but that everyone else goes on the website who can, and that this will be the easier and more efficient way to schedule that bulk pickup. And again, your normal trash goes out on your collection day. We do know there's about 15 to 25% of the routes that were changed. People are getting used to that. It's going to take some time, especially if your route hasn't changed in 20 years. But this will also truly help with the efficiency of keeping trucks out of a zone when they don't need to travel through one zone to get to another, as a lot of our routes were spread out previously. So again, as you mentioned, Councilman Velez, the bulk pickup is on the weekends. And it is something that's going to be in a rotating capacity. So if people wanted to, they're able any night to bring their own down to the yard. But if they're scheduling a pickup, we're doing one of each zones every weekend. So you might have to hold on to your sofa for maybe a week if you wanted to put it out the next week, but you might have to wait until your zone pickup. We will do a better job of communicating which zone is which weekend. I know that's something that I talked about with the director today as we met and had kind of a status update meeting. But they are feeling that the drivers are really picking up the routes now. They haven't had as many complaints. And really, if you think about it, this is the start of week 3. We only have 2 weeks under our belt so far. So it's going to take some time. I encourage everyone to help their neighbors. If you see that your neighbor put out their trash on your old day, but there's a new day, please let them know.
They'll beat you up.
If there's a way that we can all do our part in, again, sharing some of the details that are on the website and the communications, any of the press conferences, the social media posts, anything that you can. We do appreciate that effort. And we were kind of equating it to when there was the change in recycling not too long ago, to kind of the single streams. It took a little bit of time. That took probably about 4 months. But we think we're on track to do a little bit quicker here. But we definitely need everybody's help.
Madam BA and Councilwoman Mims, that was her, she moved the motion to take them the $50 fees away. This entire council, we worked really hard. It was a very healthy conversation. We eliminate the fee, but it's a huge challenge that we have, and we're getting called left and right. I do believe that bulk pickup should be scheduled the same way we pick up recycling. People, they do not need to call. We should set a day, a specific day for a specific zone. On this day, on this zone, there's going to be bulk pickup. Take those furniture out, and that's going to be the most effective way to fix this problem. We have a lot of seniors, a lot of people that they're not used to getting to the internet, getting to the website, make those calls, make the schedule, and it's very difficult. And we support this contract because I understand that we're saving millions of dollars with Philco. We all agree on that. The only problem is the bulk pickup and that schedule. It's not working, and I know we're going to have to go back to DPW committee to have a discussion about that. But that's my take. We should not be putting a schedule. It should be a set day for each zone, and people would know what day they should take the furniture and the stuff out, and a specific day, and we will take every problem away and eliminate this calling, this scheduling, and everything. That will be the best way to fix this problem. So we have 3 council members before 4, 5. I will start with Councilwoman Mims, right after Councilman Shaheen, Councilman Delacey, and Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman?
So first to the public at large. I think it was about 2 weeks ago when this item was brought forward, maybe 2-3 weeks, whatever time frame it was brought forward, there were fees. The way it was going to work is that initially, the first time you called for bulk, there would be no charge, and then every time after that, there would be $50. I advocated on the floor, made the motion to amend it, that there would be no fees across the board. I thank all my council colleagues, they all agreed, and what has happened, and this is to the BA, after that, there was a lot of miscommunication in the community because they were still getting the robocalls and they were seeing like the infomercials, there's a flyer out. So the community is thinking that the council is lying. So I've been explaining to the community that tonight is the final vote. So I'm asking Madam BA, after tonight's vote, which I'm sure our council colleagues are going to support, the residents not paying anything, right? I'm just speaking prophetically. But tomorrow there is a press conference, a change of flyer, access update, all of that, because everything that we're doing, when those calls are going out, the flyer, it undermines the great work that this council is doing. So I am making that request, Madam BA, that first thing in the morning, after this vote goes out, we know this will, well, it's already in effect, because even though you normally wait 20 days, because it's new, but tomorrow, that all of that stuff is changed. Like there's an immediate announcement, all that stuff, because a lot of residents are very confused. Even social media, we've gotten phone calls, emails, they've come into our offices to ask the same question. So to the viewing public, we're about to vote in a few minutes, so you will see for yourself that there will be no fees, no more confusion, and no more social media banter, that this will be the final vote on tonight, that there will be no fees. You just have to call, and we have to, Madam B as well, reiterate the process to the community, that they can call into DPW or they can drop off, all of that stuff, and we know that it's going to be is repetitive and it may get a little tiring, but until this process is clear to every resident, we have to make sure that we continue to do it until they get it. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Councilman Shaheen Khalid.
Thank you, Council President. We have been preparing for this transition from one company to another for months. And we were promised that there will be a mailer sent out to all the residents, which did not happen. Also, we still have all signage on the streets, all signs of garbage pickup, all over the city.
It's not true.
All over the city. My second ward, I seen a lot of signs there still. Some of the sections say Monday and Thursday. Actually, majority of the second ward is Tuesday and Friday now. That's one thing. Another thing is that also there was a flyer out with the bulk pickup, the resident will be charged $50 for the second pickup. We did not approve that. My question is, why is that flyer out there already without the council approval? And also with the bulk pickup, I think we should move forward with the regular scheduling, just like recycling. Even on the weekend, we have 3 zones. We should do first week, say, zone 1, second week, zone 3, third week, every month should be zone 3, and fourth week should be open to throughout the city. Did I read your mind? All right, thank you. That's the suggestion, and a lot of residents, they don't know about these changes. The reason is a lot of seniors that we have, they are not in the internet, they are not on Facebook, they are not on social media. If they get a mailer, they'll read the mail. But the mailer didn't go out. But we were promised the mailer was going to go out too.
Thank you, Councilman
Council President.
Shaheen.
Thank you.
No, Madam Mayor, I have 3 of my colleagues, so we will leave you by the end. All right, go ahead, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, I think one of the challenges that we've faced as part of this process is that all of this has been wrapped up with litigation, as you know. So it hampered our efforts to have, a longer runway than we actually had. Whereas we were really, truly forced to make that decision for January 1st, and we only had a month. So we had to take a chance on some of the flyers to have some of them ready. Now, we're putting stickers on them, we're doing our best. Everything on the website, nothing has a fee on it. Everything that we're communicating from that point, from the point that the council already voted for the first reading, changed. We changed it all. But we're doing our best because we had to get some information out. That's why some of the street signs aren't completely changed over yet, because we only had a certain amount of time. And you know that even this is not a full contract yet. We're still operating under the emergency contract of a 3-month contract. That follows what will hopefully be a 5-year contract. But we're still in a very difficult situation. So that explains, just some of the challenges with rolling this out.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you. So, Madam BA, I'm not going, the residents don't want to hear on what we could have done, should have done, right? How we're going to fix it moving forward. So I think there's a consensus among here. The garbage pickup, the residents are getting used to the changes, right? You're right, week 3, they're understanding the new sections. I think now we just got to make sure the garbage company does their job and picks up the garbage or whatnot, because that has happened. I know that I'm sending text messages saying, Delaware Ave wasn't picked up, Gould Ave wasn't picked up. So you guys need to really have our supervisors on that, on them to make sure we pick it up. So that's one. 2, communication's key, right? I know everyone looks at us to get the message out. We should have mechanisms in place that if a street is missed or a section is missed, DPW social media, the city social media should be blasting it out there along with us, but it should be coming from the administration, our city website. So that bothers me a lot, because I get the calls, then I get the explanation. Stuff happens. But no one has disseminated that from the administration. So if I didn't call, no one would have said a word, right? Or if the constituent, because chances are, if they follow the city Facebook page, they see Delaware Ave wasn't picked up, please leave it out, they won't reach out to us. So those are the mechanisms in place that in this rollout that you should have going. Now, the confusion with the garbage, they got the days, and Councilman Cleveland in the back, is the bulk pickup right now. I don't even know when we're picking up bulk pickup. Let's be honest. I think simple is better. A set schedule is what this council is saying. Very simple. There's 3 zones. Zone 1, bulk pickup is the first weekend of the month. Zone 2, the second weekend of the month. Zone 3, the third weekend of the month. And because, listen, some of my residents forget which day is cardboard, which day is bottles. I mean, I know you guys get the text also. Councilman, what's this day? Is it cardboard? And it's expected because this is the least thing on their mind. So bulk pickup, one, should be free, which we're going to memorialize today with this resolution. Two, if we have to, this council, we could put a schedule together that needs to be followed. We don't want to go to that where we set a schedule. But please keep it simple. And we need to roll that out immediately because making phone calls, missing phone calls, just, hey, starting February 1st, this is the bulk pickup schedule. And every weekend you have a crew go out to a certain zone. And you're right, we're only providing this once a month. And on week 2, if you need to get rid of your couch, you have to take it to the city yard or hold it until your first weekend. And that's an option the residents are going to have. So thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Delacy.
Thank you. That's what I was going to address. And
Madam Clerk.
This is something.
Madam BA.
Thank you. I know, and I apologize, the director had to leave. He was trying to wait to have some of this conversation, but he was going back on the roads for salting. The challenge with that model is if we have a set schedule, people would likely, there's still going to be people who want to get it picked up sooner than what their set schedule is. If we're able to be consistent with it, we might be able to continue some of those savings. I think that the challenge that I see really is, we're going to be sending, just like a recycling team, you're going to be sending people throughout the entire ward instead of just being able to target the ones that are scheduled and to be picked up. Again, I understand that this is a change, and so maybe there's a way to do some of it for a little bit or to encourage people as they're learning about the scheduling. I don't want to give up on it yet if we might be able to give it a little more time to see how it's working, because I was, in the conversation today, they talked about how they had a lot of scheduled pickups, and they did those, and when they saw somebody else had bulk out on the street, they went and picked that up as well, as they were already picking something up, and they provided a warning saying, please, going forward, can you please schedule this, as you need it. That'll allow us to kind of keep our staffing at a manageable level, because again, while we use the phrase of we're saving $200,000, that's versus the last couple months that we paid last year, we can't afford to start incurring a whole bunch of city costs where we need to find savings, because the contract is still higher than what it was prior, the 5-year contract that we had prior to this. It's still a 20% increase year over year. So we still have to manage this, and we don't want to share that cost and that burden amongst all the residents, but maybe for the people who are using this service, as other people won't be using this service.
Council President.
Please, Councilman.
And I understand the call, and you say we want to try this out. We already have a system like this in place, right? When you need your refrigerator picked up or your TV picked up, you call, somebody picks it up. You don't know how many times that I called councilman, no one has answered.
Right, but if I could just say, that was before
Madam
the
BA,
investments we made in this technology, though.
just give us a minute. Councilman Delacy, just give me a minute. Madam BA, I have two more Council Cali, please. At the end of my Council Cali, I will open the floor for you, and right after that, we'll go for a roll call. Councilman Delacy, go ahead.
And sometimes you're right, Madam BA. I don't know the staffing. I'm not there. But sometimes when you have locations, I'm going to just use, I got bulk pickup on East 22nd Street, another bulk pickup on Trenton Ave, another bulk pickup on Paxton, and then another one on Knickerbocker. Sometimes that takes longer than just driving up and down and having your crew just throw it in. I don't know what system you're using. I'm just thinking about when I have to put lawn signs and I have 100 addresses in my ward, and it takes, I'd rather just drive up and down, know this house, just bang these houses and go that way. I'm just being honest, when it's spread out, I'd rather get a crew, start on this corner, drive up, throw them in, come down. I'm not there, right? But also you have to look, I know what's cost savings, but there's a service we need to provide the residents. I'm telling you, the residents, the system we have in place is not the most user-friendly for our residents. And I'm using that, I know we can say that, I'm using that with recycling. Recycling is once every single week. Bottles and cardboard, in my experience, we still have issues, right? Late pickups. They have to hold the cardboard for a minimum of 2 weeks, so they're ready for that. For us, is keep it simple. This is the day, and this day you're putting it out, and our crew has to go out there and put it out. Some blocks, you're right, may not have any. Guess what? They're on the back of the truck, and they're going 15 miles per hour up that road, and then they're coming down the next road. We're not saying, I don't know how you're going to break it down, but you make it manageable. So I just think this council agrees, keeping it simple, and we could just tell our residents, the phone call stuff, I hope, you can still have that, but there needs to be something more universal that's user-friendly for our residents. And the most user-friendly thing is, pick a date for a zone, throw it on the recycle coach app, you put the flyer, zone 1, garbage, so mine's zone 3, garbage is Wednesday, Saturday, recycling's Thursday, alternating days, bulk pickups on the second Saturday, hang it up on your refrigerator for the entire year, good luck, and then we'll send you a new one in January. That's the things our residents are used to. So thank you, man.
Thank you, Councilman Dallas. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. I don't agree with that completely, Councilman, because the frequency that people will be putting out a couch or it's not going to be, I mean, if you only have two lawn signs to put up, you ain't gonna drive up and down every single block just for 2 lawn signs. And you have to, I mean, just acknowledging the fact that it's only been 2 weeks, the people just are accustomed to doing it a certain way, and they have to be, get, accustomed to doing it a different way. I mean, and we have to, teach residents to be responsible. But with that being said, there is absolutely no way, Madam BA, that I can sign on or vote in the affirmative, not that I would be eager to vote in the affirmative at any time, but it is, for me, concerning because there is nothing responsible that have been taking place relative to enforcement by this administration. When you have certain people, like across the street from City Hall, that have roguely put out all kinds of things in front of their place. They've been issued summonses, and then they were waived. Now we're going to enforce a $2,000 fee to a resident if they have left it out there. Now, we're not imposing fees when those instances take place where they put it out properly and it wasn't picked up. So while we're in the infancy stages and everybody's getting acclimated to it, there is no way that I would support anything that has any fee attached to it, because that's the implication or potential implication of certain people being punished and other people being excused. And that's not, we went from charging $50 to pick up something. Now, if you put something out, it's a $2,000 fee. And we're just looking to make money and gouge our own residents to make money to close the budget on the residents' back. And, I don't know if you understand this or not, but the majority of the residents in the city are struggling. And to impose a $2,000 fee when we're already being hit with unfair towing, unfair parking summonses, and even for the PD, I've spoken to the chief about this, and I don't understand it because I really would like to get a report. I'm gonna figure out how to get a report for the towing, because in the first ward, I believe we've been unfairly targeted. There are vehicles that are being towed excessively when they can just be issued a summons. So, at any rate, I definitely think that there needs to be some accountability, but allow for the system to begin to work properly first before we start imposing, because now you have people out there writing this one a summons and the next person doesn't get a summons, and then there's no parity involved with that. And if it's not working properly, how do we even know? Once we have the system in for 6 months, a year, we want to make an amendment to add a fee when people are just not paying attention to what's been being requested. I can understand that, but I don't trust anything. This is absurd. I cannot support this whatsoever. Okay. I appreciate the time, Council President.
Council President.
Thank you. Council members, I have Councilwoman Ruby Catton right after. We're ready for roll call. We have a very extensive discussion about this item in workshop and now here. So it's been a lot of discussion twice. So please, let's move forward. You have any question, Councilwoman?
Yes, I do. I want to, with Councilman Jackson, I questioned this last time when it came up, but we never went to workshop because we didn't have a meeting. It says, any person who violates Section 427-45 shall be, upon conviction, therefore punished by a fine of not more than $2,000. And I said to them, what do that mean? Tell me, what do that mean?
Keep reading.
That's the
Keep reading.
Right.
Keep reading.
Council members, Councilwoman Cotton has the floor. Please, Councilwoman,
community
continue.
service or whatever. But my thing is that, I mean, if I'm going to get a fine, I heard that, I hear what you said, that they're going to do a zone a week. Every weekend is in a zone. The fourth ward got 3 zones. How did they put 3 zones in the fourth ward 3 different days? Why would you put garbage pickup on the same day as recycling pickup? Now you got a recycling container, now you got a garbage container. Now somebody's gonna get confused when they go pick up. So when they said, okay, our pickup was never on our recycle day. Now you got people with garbage pickup on recycle day, which really makes it confusing for some people, because some people don't have the blue containers. Some people just don't have, they just have regular garbage cans that they put their recycle in. But I was trying to understand what's about the 2,000. Now, I know that we were trying to find companies who would pick up bulk along with garbage, and it was very difficult. I went to the leagues and municipalities. You couldn't even find a garbage company that want to pick up garbage in bulk. The city of Newark and the city of Jersey City knew it had no choice. They had to make sure they keep bulk in their garbage kind of thing, whether they wanted it or not, but they couldn't figure out how they were going to be able. So now you got 3 zones in 1 ward, and when do you put... Tell me, a person got to wait a whole month to get a bulk pickup because it's in zone 1, or it's in zone 2, or it's in zone 3, and they're only doing it 1 time a week. I don't see how it's going to get picked up. I think that the garbage pickup days should have stayed most of the same in the wards that they were used to, because to do recycle and garbage at the same, I see it now. And when you have apartments like, you're going to have garbage, you're going to have furniture on the streets for weeks. DPW is going to be an overload when they got to do it. I don't know how you could, I don't see how it could be done that DPW, and just on the weekend, are they working 8 hours, they working 12 hours? What are they working? To be able to pick up all this stuff that, and I said it, and Councilman Jackson knows, and Councilman Velez knows, the 1st, 4th, and 5th ward has the most garbage. I'm just saying that, we have to understand, but there's 2 things I would have looked at. I would have never put recycle on garbage days. I wouldn't have done that. I haven't seen not 1 sign in the 4th ward change. I haven't seen 1. I'm not sure if they changed the sign on garbage pickup days. I'm really not sure, but those are some of my concerns, and I'm concerned about that one, about violation of 42745. Not more than $2,000.
Council President, yeah.
Please let me know what that means. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 3.
Council President, we cannot do a roll call. There's a question on the floor.
can you get the
sorry.
There's a question on the floor for legal.
Madam BA, so you have the floor because you hear a couple of concerns and questions. So please answer those concerns before we move on item number 3.
Yes, thank you, Council President. When this ordinance was designed, it was really trying to balance out having a pathway of low cost, and now the council chose no cost for scheduling, but then to really have, that's sort of the carrot, and then to have the stick of a fine. So it's not a fee, but it's a fine if this is something that's happened repeatedly in order to be able to enforce the rules and in order to kind of keep this somehow under control.
Of course.
Yeah, but
Thank you.
Council
Council
President.
members, please ask for the floor.
I asked for the floor.
Yes, but Council Member Les, we have that's the 2000, also, and that was my resolution. We introduced a resolution for illegal dumping with maximum amount of $10,000 and the minimum of $2,500. And we went under the $2,500, which is $2,000 for illegal dumping within the resolution. That have to go there. Illegal dumping is a huge problem in the city of Paterson. People have no respect for our city. They come out of town, they throw all kind of construction debris throughout the entire city without consequences. That part should be connected with the rest that we have on illegal dumping, which is maximum $10,000, minimum $2,500. We spend thousands of dollars cleaning the street with those illegal dumping in the city of Paterson. That's a huge problem in our community, and that's the only part the 2000 reflect that illegal dumping, council member. So if you allow me, we could, are you coming on the roll call? I would deeply appreciate it. And right after that, I do apologize to the public. I like to do public portion at 8 p.m. We have a lot of members of the community, Eva, that they need to go back home. The road are not safe, and I do apologize. 8 o'clock is the time for me to do public portion. So right after this, we'll go for public portion. Councilmember Les, please, very brief. Go ahead.
Yes, if you look at the bulkways, 427-44, right? Bulkways, there is two instruction. The one that is not allowed, like for example, construction, medical waste, industrial waste, vegetarian waste, hazardous material, all that stuff should be on 427-45 and then impose the fine. You understand what I'm saying? Because in other words, it says bulk waste, large item, solid waste, whole size of or weight preclude placement in curbside recycling and normal collection process is provided by 427-2. Such including but not limited to furniture, home furnishing, TV, and other oversized household item. Now, when it says specifically excluded from that, its definition are recyclable material, commercial furniture and material, white goods, medical waste, and all that stuff. That is like illegal dumping. That should go under, and specifically go in the statute, but it's including everybody in that statute. So that part had to be separate. Yes, because if you look at the 427-44, it's including residents and illegal dumping at the same time to apply the $2,000. Because it says right here, if you violated 427-45, it's including everybody that's there. So that is, this is two part of one.
Council members, Councilmember Les?
So you understand what I'm saying? You have two things in one 427-44. You have something that applies that the resident could put out there, but at the same time you have something that the dumper, the people that's going to dump, is in there too. So it had to be separated to say, okay, that $2,000 is not going to be applied to the resident; it's going to be applied to the people that do dumping. For example, you could be in your house, and somebody decide that don't like Alex Mendez, put 5 bags of construction debris in front of your house. Here comes such inspector that violated you for a ticket for a bag, give you 5 tickets because you have construction debris in front of your house. Now, to prove that it's not you had to open all the cameras of your neighbors that you didn't put that there. So it's a scenario that you had to look into.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims?
So, I get Councilman Velez's point. Which is smart to the way they added it. We have a lot of illegal dumping in the city of Paterson. We all know it. You walk out your house, certain areas, you find boats in the 4th Ward, parked. I'm talking about a huge boat that was dumped. How do you dump a big boat, dump boats, and they're left there, right? Boats, toilets, car seats. I mean, not baby car seats. I'm talking about a seat out of a physical car everywhere. This, I believe the rationale behind with putting it here is to ensure that this process, after it's clearly communicated to everyone, it says, do not put your bulk out unless you've had an arrangement made with DPW. That's for everybody. You have to either call them or drop it off. If you do not follow the rules, these are the fines. This fine, the statute that's identified, was increased by this council. That statute that's there. So if you go back and read the entire statute, that's what that statute is referring to, which is dumping. And that has to be because what's happening with this bulk recycling garbage, our inspectors are supposed to be going out when there's any issues, and I know we need more inspectors, especially on the weekend. They're supposed to go out and give these fines. So we need to identify in here, if this is happening, that people should be fined. If a resident sees a whole kitchen sink in front of their home and they know they didn't put it there, they need to report it. You got to call and say this was dumped here or whatever. That way you avoid it. So with this item, I'm ready to move forward because any amendments takes it back to the first reading, and I don't want the residents to say that I made any changes and it's still a fee. So,
thank you, Councilwoman.
I'm ready to move forward.
Councilwoman Mims, thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 3 on second reading.
Roll call on item number 3 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
I think that council colleagues, we're going to have to be very, very careful because people are dumping on people's properties. I had a 50-inch dropped in front of my house. I had 4 tires dropped in front of my house. So I know that's going to be happening. They're going to just ride around until nobody's watching, making sure they don't see no cameras nowhere, and make sure that, because even with the person who dropped the 50-inch, I was able to get his license plate number for my neighbor across the street who had cameras, and we went after him, because we saw him take that TV out the car. But I know that we need to make sure, but we got to be very careful of what we do and how we come after the residents or the homeowners. And then, you know what, this probably is going to make the more of the absentee landlords more involved with what's going on, because sometimes they're not as involved with their property as they should be. So with Madam Councilwoman Mims, I know she fought about the $50 not to be charged and no fees, but I want to say to the administration that we got to be really careful when we're going to start imposing fines for dumping, because other people's going to be dumping on other people's properties, and I can see it because it's happening already now. You can see it, and we got to make sure that we don't go after the wrong person. You know, we can report it to who? What they gonna do? I don't know what they gonna do. You know, somebody just dumped this in front of my house. Well, what are they gonna do? Do I gotta go downtown, press charges? Do I gotta go downtown and find out who did it? What do we do? How do we catch that person? How do we do anything to them? I have no idea. I think they haven't really thought about how we're gonna go after those people that do that ride around here. Sometimes I look at a truck with a lot of garbage, and I'll follow it for a minute, because I know he's looking to dump somewhere. You know, you got a pickup truck full of garbage. So, but we're going to try to go with this. And Councilwoman, I know you work really hard with that, with the administration. I mean, with with removing the 50. But we got to be very careful about who we're going to charge. Just be very, very careful on how we're going to charge people. And I say to people, you have to speak up more and say more of what you know. If somebody's doing something wrong and they should not be doing it, then we need to make sure that we speak up. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Mike.
Councilman Jackson? Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You say you voted yes?
427, that's right. Okay.
There's no possible way I can support this item. I'm not supporting anything that's going to add an additional charge to the residents. I think there's going to be, it'll be some legal ramifications as well if we try to implicate people on the notion of dumping. If I carry a couch outside of my house because I'm expecting it to be picked up by the garbage company or whomever I'm paying taxes for, me putting something in front of my house is not dumping. It's not a car driving through a neighborhood taking some illegal items out. It's not constitute as dumping. This is a fine that's going to be assessed, and it's excessive, and we don't even have the processes down properly. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims?
So Paterson, let me let you know, we're voting tonight to make sure you don't pay any fees. So when you hear a yes vote, these people are voting to say you don't deserve any fees. The item that what's included is talking about people that dump illegally in our community. We're not adding that. That's a law that's been on the books. This council unanimously voted to even increase it to $2,000. It used to be $500 in the past. This council unanimously, and I'm going to pull it with the date, they voted to increase it. So that's already a law. We're not putting a law on the taxpayers that say you got to pay. This item, I advocated and fought a couple of weeks ago to remove all fees. So I want to bring that back. There are no fees. Do not be confused. We are voting tonight to remove the fees from the bulk process. Paterson, we stand in support of you, and we're going to make sure anytime we can advocate to make sure that your load is lighter, we're going to do it. This vote is for Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez?
From the beginning, we was against the fee for the $50. This came to committee, and we told administration it was not going to fly. The taxpayer pay already for service. A little experience that happened this past week. Councilman McCoy knows Ms. Richmond, 90. How many? How old is she? 90 years old. And she calls me, Councilman Velez, somebody dumped in front of my house, a bedroom set, all that stuff. Then there was somebody that was not probably received the right message, dumping in the corner, because she got a corner house, put a sticker in her house that she had to put it back in. I say, she's reporting that they dumped in front of her house. So, Council Mendez, I don't know if you have empty land or lots in the 3rd Ward, but what's going to happen is that if this bulk is not picked up, people's going to go at around 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning, dump it everywhere in the city of Paterson. And once again, as Councilwoman Min stated, this is $2,000 whoever violated the ordinance to put construction debris and all that stuff in the sidewalk. Everybody knows that if you call DPW to pick up something, they have a lock. If they don't pick it up that day, they cannot give you a ticket the next day because they have a log that was reported to get picked up. And let me say this, anything could happen. Today we got a good, today we got a bad weather, tomorrow we got a good weather, next day we got a bad weather. Things could happen. Just be grateful of the DPW employees that we have that work around the clock to make sure that we are doing the right thing. Saying that, no fee from the beginning, couple months, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So very brief, Councilman Mims, during that meeting, a virtual meeting, we have a very extensive discussion. We make the amendment today. We're taking those $50 off our taxpayer to make sure that the bulk pickup will be totally free at no cost. It was a very good discussion, and we're here today. I was the one that sponsored the legislation to increase the fine up to $2,000 minimum and maximum $10,000 for those people that are coming into the city of Paterson to dump garbage in our city. We spend thousands of dollars, and our DPW workers, they spend hours and hours cleaning those debris that people from out of town and every place come here to dump it. So we have to protect our city, and we got to take care of taxpayer. This is the right way to move. I'm still, my proposal is still on the floor. Let's see in the next couple of weeks how we go with the scheduling. I do believe that we have to put a set time and place for the bulk pickup. We have 3 zones. Let's take 1 zone at a time, and let's put a fixed schedule for people to take the furniture and everything out. That was my proposal from the initially. Let's wait for a couple of weeks. If not, we're getting a lot of calls. And it's my understanding that on the website, we got to do better on our website. I hear that Chief McDermott is still the chief in our website, and it's not Alicea. So we got to be mindful of that we're telling people, get into our website, make the schedule. You could call also the DPW to make your schedule, and let's revisit this piece of legislation at the DPW committee, because I do believe that we have to put a set schedule. That's my proposal. But with now, my vote is yes to take the $50 away, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I announce the votes, I just want to announce this correction. The correct section for bulk waste should read Section 427-5 and not 2 as is stated in the ordinance itself.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. How many speakers do we have, Madam Clerk?
Let me announce the votes first. So
Sure.
the votes are 6 yeses, 1 no, 2 absences. Item number 3 is hereby adopted.
Members of the public, I understand with second reading, thank you, Council Cali. We have all the important items on second reading. I will open in public portion. Let me remind all the public that you have 3 minutes to address this council. Let's keep the decorum on the chamber. You have the clock behind you. You have the light in front of you. Let's respect the time of all the speaker. So once your 3 minutes done, you will hit the beep. Please move on and allow the next speaker to address this council. Madam Clerk, first speaker.
First speaker is Mr. Eric Salzman.
Good evening. Proud Paterson resident here, business owner.
Good evening.
Thank you for giving me the space to speak here today. You had a headache to deal with if you tried to travel down River Street lately, in the area between Straight Street and Arch Street bridges, especially so if you were the owner of one of the dozens of vehicles that were totaled by the extensive flooding in this 3 or 4 block radius, many of whom had to be rescued by emergency crews. You may have noticed this happening more and more frequently these days, with the Passaic overflowing its banks here twice in the last few weeks and releasing havoc on the surrounding blocks. Waist-deep water stretched out a block over to Straight Street, a mix of freezing cold river water and foul sewer backup. If you were just driving by, you may be like the first responders and reporters visiting the area in the past few weeks, completely unaware that in the middle of this mess is a 6-story mixed-use zone building in which a group of 15 to 20 visual artists, dancers, musicians, poets, and business owners called Prototype 237 have been bringing life back to this small corner of the city at 237 River Street. We are a mix of native Patersonians and transplants from other parts of New Jersey who, for the past 3.5 years, have provided an arts incubation space for hundreds of local artists and performers to develop, network, and be inspired. One of them is Paterson-born and bred poet Isabel Cruz, who says Paterson is lacking these artist gathering spaces and that we desperately need to protect them. Isabel, who was recently a Paterson Poetry Festival headliner and host, says, quote, "Prototype would have made a world of difference to me as an artist in high school, and it definitely made a world of difference to me now in terms of developing my art and connecting to artists around me, something that I really think would have been substantially limited if Prototype wasn't here." In the short time we have been here, we have brought an abundance of essential art programs to the local community, including an indigenous Peruvian Quechua workshop and multimedia installation, a 4-show theatrical run led by Paterson-born actress Leticia Diaz, and a maternal health workshop led by a local nonprofit. Also in this short time we've been here, we have experienced more flooding events than I can count on my fingers, with the latest ones each leaving us completely surrounded by water for nearly a week. The situation is not only unsafe for those stranded in the building for days and forced to wait out for supplies, but it's also detrimental to the arts and business activity on which hundreds of our local constituents depend, with access to and from our facilities now at the whim of the weather, river, and sewage draining. While some minor headway has been made with recent attention to the water mains, the river flooding situation is only getting worse, with the short riverbank still in existence, further eroding with each flood event. At this point, there is very little natural barrier left to separate the river from River Street as it approaches the banks. From this area, this means more frequent and longer-lasting flood events to come. For our building, the consequences of a 100-plus-year-old foundation sitting in water for days at a time are extremely worrisome. We are a lot of things, but we are not engineers. We don't know exactly what the solution is, but we do know that this situation desperately requires professional attention to investigate protective measures, some of which may be a retaining wall, sandbags, and/or river dredging. We love Paterson and are proud to invest in this historic and special city. We chose to come here from Jersey City because we knew Paterson's artists needed a home, and we are so grateful to this city for allowing us to do this important work here. But now Paterson's artist community needs you. Please prioritize this issue and give it the attention it warrants. The current situation is already unacceptable. It's only getting more extensive and unsafe. Please act before something catastrophic happens and help us to continue to preserve this integral community resource and protect the health and safety of our neighborhood. We extend an open invitation to all of you to come see the magic happening for yourselves, and sincerely hope you take us up on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Hoda Mahmoud Zagan.
Close enough.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Hoda Mahmoud Zadagan. I'm a business owner in Paterson at 237 River Street along the Passaic. As Eric just mentioned, flooding has become more regular in this city. For some of us, this river is going to wash away our livelihoods and everything we've worked for, and for others, it will rob us of our homes. We have come from all over the state to pump life back into our community in Paterson, a young, energetic, hardworking entrepreneurial group, and we need your help. We've poured time, energy, and resources into our building, and these floods are going to continue to happen, and our businesses and well-being is at risk. Our building now sits in the Passaic River, and we need your help. To say I felt frustrated at times would be an absolute understatement. Calling numbers on the Paterson Public City website that are disconnected, having the phone ring and ring with no answers, or answering machine being passed from one department to the next, if I'm lucky to get a hold of anyone, being told, I just don't know who handles that in regards to whose responsibility it is to hear us out. If it's not one issue, it's another. Over a dozen of our vehicles have been broken into repeatedly on the exact same street on the corner of River and Montgomery, with cameras, which I've learned today, which are there to protect illegal dumping, but nobody cares that our dozens of cars are literally being broken into. The police do not monitor those cameras. Month after month, robbers shattering the cars we've bought with our hard-earned money, selling our personal items and airbags on the black market, only to be told by the police time and time again that there isn't much to be done because the police are spread so thin and don't have the support they need to help us. Department of Public Works, as you know, monitors those very same cameras on the corner of River and Montgomery to prevent illegal dumping while our cars are being robbed over and over again. I understand there are more pressing issues to the town and city than our vehicles. I get that, but robbers have become so emboldened that they keep repeating the exact same crime at the exact same location, sometimes on the exact same vehicles, 2 of which were mine. We cannot accept this as the norm and allow the criminals to continue to win. I want to be clear that this is by no means a knock against the police. I cannot even begin to imagine how overwhelmed and understaffed they must be, but something has got to change. It was one thing when it was just about our cars and we were upset about that, but it's another thing when our homes and our livelihoods are also now at stake. I'm here now pleading for your help because change will not happen without your support. On behalf of myself and the other tenants, business owners, and residents of 237 River Street, we look forward to finding a solution together, and I thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Mr. Sebastian Mejia.
Good evening, Paterson. My name is Sebastian Mejia.
Good evening, Sebastian.
I'm a candidate for the 5th Ward Council seat here in the city of Paterson. We're literally flooded with issues here in the city of Paterson. Estamos literalmente inundados con crisis en la ciudad de Paterson. Una siendo la crisis ambiental que estamos viviendo. One of them being the environmental crisis that we are living through. These issues must be addressed for the well-being of the community. Estos problemas se deben enfrentar para el bienestar de nuestra comunidad. Let's talk about the overdevelopment sweeping through our city, congesting our schools, and overburdening our sewer systems. Hablemos sobre el desarrollo excesivo que está arrasando nuestra ciudad, llenando nuestras escuelas y sobrecargando nuestros sistemas de alcantarillado. Are we going to continue to turn a blind eye to the effects this is having on the environment? ¿Vamos a seguir haciéndonos los ciegos a los efectos que esto está teniendo en nuestro medio ambiente? Are we going to continue making the rich richer and the poor poorer? ¿Vamos a seguir enriqueciendo los ricos y haciendo los pobres más pobres? As your future elected official, I refuse to pretend that I know everything. Como su futuro concejal, yo me niego a pretender que lo sé todo. I will humble myself and listen to the experts at the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, who are warning us about the threats of exposure to asbestos due to the rushed demolition of old factories near the Great Falls in our 5th Ward. Me humillaré y escucharé a los expertos, especialmente aquellos en la Agencia de Protección Ambiental, que nos están advirtiendo sobre las amenazas de la exposición al asbesto debido a la demolición apresurada de fábricas antiguas en las cataratas aquí en el Quinto Barrio. This is not just about politics. This is about the health and well-being for generations of Patersonians to come. Esto no solamente es sobre política, eso se trata de la salud de generaciones que están para vivir en la ciudad de Paterson. We need leaders who prioritize the safety and health of our community over our personal ambitions. Necesitamos líderes que le dan importancia a la seguridad y la salud de nuestra comunidad sobre las ambiciones personales. It is important that we have people in this council, in this legislative body, and within this mayoral administration who listen to the experts in their fields, especially when it comes to environmental protection. Es importante que tengamos personas en este consejo y en este municipal que escuchen a los expertos de sus campos, especialmente cuando se trata de temas del medio ambiente. Remember that in order to truly make an impact in this city, we need leaders with a vision. Necesitamos líderes con una visión. For history has taught us that innovation and creativity transcend experience. La historia nos ha enseñado que la innovación y la creatividad transcienden la experiencia. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Nella V. Samuels.
Hi, I'm Nella. I don't have anything written down or rehearsed or anything. I just have a couple of key point questions. So the pedestrian traffic signs, I'm addressing that to the councils at large and whoever else is responsible for that, meaning that when we're crossing the street, we don't have signs like the other cities, stop, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, everywhere around the city. Number two, unhoused situation. It's really getting bad with the epidemic, the opioid epidemic. All the unhoused people are coming to Paterson and I don't feel as if much is being done about that, like a lot of outreach. Number three, the rent cap situation. I myself went out to one of unnamed real estate people and tried to ask them how much for a 1-bedroom in a loft. It was like $3,000. Better policing for overnight downtown, because what they're doing is taking them off of Carroll Street or whatever, and they're pushing them further downtown. When I have to take the bus to another location, it's like one night I had to go to the police station because I was hit in my stomach and a gun pulled on me. We still take buses at night, so that's all I have to say. And in closing, I'd like to say, all who are here or not here watching or just plain fed up, we all have vested interest in seeing this city of Paterson do better. We all are stronger together, so let's stop passing the buck, as they say. Let's hold each other in accountability for being better managers of this historical city.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Commissioner Errol Carr. What's her name?
Good evening, Council.
Good evening, Commissioner.
I'm here this evening to address Resolution 39. I noticed it wasn't discussed. I must say that I'm really impressed with the ability of the Council to circumvent its process of getting things coming before the Council that was not placed in committee. I was also impressed this evening at the swift pace of government. Councilman Abdelaziz, just a phone call, and he moved that resolution to another level. So it tells me that if you're serious about getting things done, you can get it done. You can get it done. Now, the Resolution 39, I noticed it wasn't discussed. Reappointing the city clerk, the acting city clerk. Now, we stood here and we recite the pledge. And at the end of it, it says, liberty and justice for all. Liberty to associate with who you want to associate with. Liberty not to be owned by anybody. So we have liberty to disagree, but that doesn't mean that because we disagree with you or your position, it gives anybody the right to act unjustly against you. You're entitled to justice. So I just want to know, now Ms. Murray has been in this job, I think she was appointed 1 year ago. She has been doing an incredible job. And not only that, right after she was appointed, the woman started facing health challenges. Serious health challenges. No consideration for that. We are putting stress, more stress on this poor woman because of the way we treat her position. This should be a regular reappointment. No issue here. No issue. But I just don't understand why the council just can't find it within them to reappoint her without hiding behind CDA, hiding behind, oh, she doesn't have a certificate. Sylvia Olma, when she became the city clerk, she never had a certificate. 3 years to get it. I'm not sure about Jane William Warren, but Ms. Sonia Gordon had to work to get her cert. So please, if there's an issue with a woman, tell her. Tell her, write her a letter, tell her where she's missing. But don't play the game. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Carr. And Commissioner Carr, thank you. Never stops coming to the City Council. I just want to say, Commissioner, there's no issue at all. This governing body, we met with DCA. There's no problem with our great Madam Clerk. We're just waiting for something to be done at the state level, but she will be perfectly fine. So there's nothing, there's no problem. We met with DCA. We have multiple conversations. Everything's perfectly fine. She got our back, and everything's going to be perfectly fine with our great city clerk. Just to let you know. Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Council President, before you say it, after you say that statement, why is not in the 39?
And
Why is that printed?
Right after, so Councilmember, if I may, exactly. Let's continue with the public
But
portion.
we're going to take action?
And no. Let's continue with the public portion. We'll explain that happened. There's a simple process that needs to take place at the state level. But we all had a conversation, and there's no problem. The person
So,
is
Council
not.
President, you publish it. I'm asking because you publish the agenda.
Councilman Velez, we will remove the item. If you allow me to explain, before we continue the public portion, we will remove the item right after the public portion. We're waiting for a little process at the state level. The person is out at the state level, but everything is perfectly fine with the VA. We had a conversation with DCA and everybody else. So everything is in good term. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Mr. Eddie Olivares.
Mims, when do you remove it? That's what I'm asking. When do you?
Good evening, all.
Good evening.
I came here with the intention of talking about some issues about the 6th Ward, but that will have to wait. I want to quote something that Councilwoman Cotton said, and she said, some people don't want to recognize people. I take issue with that. I don't think the people of Paterson, we recognize talent. We recognize greatness, but that does not erase the failures of this body, your council. It is good that you recognize people that deserve recognition. We all applaud that. But the main thrust of this legislative body is to fix the city of Paterson. And until you do that, you're going to have me come to this mic as often as I can to denounce the failure of you guys not being able to fix our city. I appreciate the $50 waive on the trash and stuff like that, but I wish that you would be as diligent working on bigger things, like the $4 million that we borrow every year to handle the emergencies for the sewer system. Just as an example, let's say that it's been in place for 15 years. We're talking about $60 million of our money. Can anybody on this council, Ms. Cotton is probably the one that has been here the longest, and she's also been the mayor, and she works for the water department. Can you show us one linear foot that has been fixed? I know you can. You can? I would like to see that. We would like to see it. Because every year, our city gets flooded. And we can expect that next year, our city is going to get flooded and we're going to have the same problems. But guess what? You're going to vote yes. Most of you are going to vote yes on the $4 million. It's us, we're paying it. Who cares? And so, it could be hundreds of millions of dollars. And the problems persist. I want to close now with, Mr. Velez, he mentioned Martin Luther King twice, talking about a dream. But I want to read something, quote something that was said by Martin Luther King. We need leaders, not in love with money, but in love with justice. Not in love with publicity, but in love with humanity. I leave you with that. Think about it as it applies to you guys. You take, wherever there's a camera, you guys run to appear on TV, Facebook, all of this nonsense, and our city is falling apart. And you are partly to blame for it, all of you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Ms. Camille Black. Camille Black.
She's not here, Madam Clerk. Next speaker.
Ms. Eva Razak.
Eva.
Good evening.
Good evening, Eva.
Council President, can I get a couple of more minutes? Not too much. Not too
Try
much.
to close it within 3. We'll understand it.
First of all,
Please.
I wanted to say hello to everyone because I haven't been here for a while. So Merry
Hello,
Christmas, Happy New Year's, Thanksgiving, everything. First of all, I wanted to bring this council on a good note because I know we've been hearing the bad things. But I have to say something to each and every one that I saw during Christmas time. You guys don't know the enlightenment of the students, of the children in our town that were receiving toys. Oh, I gotta go there. Mr. McCoy, you were off the chart with your event. And I was very honored to be around everyone. Mr. Mendez, Mr. Velez, Ms. Mims, I don't mean to point, but you know, everyone who I went and I dressed like a nut, but I did it because I was just, but it's for the kids. I wanted to say that. I really wanted to say that because whether people know it or not, Miss Evie's been going through a lot. And I don't look it because I don't show it. So by me being around children, it brought me back to my center, my soul. And I just wanted to say thank you. Mr. Mendez, you know that when Evie got to go off, Evie got to go off. But I got to give it to you. Your boots were on the ground when you took all the food and all the stuff to Dominican Republic. The phone calls that I got from people, which, I'm Dominican by injection. Ooh, a lot of it too. No, it's true. You can't lie. It got where it needed to go. Thank everyone in the city of Paterson who donated their time, their monies, whatever they did. I thank all my friends and families that I said, listen, go, do it. And they said, I spoke to Mendez, there you go. Mr. Velez, Ms. Mims, Mama, to you, because you were giving out toys when Mr. Benji Wimberly, if I'm not mistaken. Also, Mr. Benji, I gotta mention him. Everybody, I didn't see you, Mama, but then we bumped into somewhere else. You know what I mean, Mama. Evie doesn't want to come up here and tag anybody because we don't need that. But I'm going to leave this city with this. And I want my Patersonians to really listen to this. If you guys are noticing, and I know I may seem retarded or crazy, or people think, whatever, but this is just me, the real me. Mother Nature is speaking to us loudly. Loudly. And it's saying, what are you doing? Either you guys, and I say all of us, start making decisions that are going to embetter our town for this water issues not to go, because there's a lot of money that comes in. I don't give a crap who says what. Don't give me the BS that is, no. Where's the money going to, coño? Let's go there. So to have people come out in a boat is deep. And I didn't get no water, thank God, but it hurts to see our peoples. But I'm going to leave this with this again. Miss Mary, you deserve to be there 1 in a million times. I have to say that. And if I didn't feel it, I get in trouble for being honest. But you deserve it. And whoever says no, shame. That's right. Shame. That's right. Because let me tell you something. Paterson has a lot of unsung heroes. I'm one of them. But you know what? I don't need somebody to say, yo, Evie, good job. The man sees what we do.
Amen.
But I just wanted to say to each and every one of you guys that I haven't seen for a while, it's a pleasure being here again. It's a pleasure seeing my friends. I missed you, Papi. And I may not be nobody, but I am somebody. And I've been in this town for 55 years, and I care. And I'm not rich, but God knows if I have $1, and somebody needs 50 cents, you're going to get it.
Amen to that.
And something else that I was not fond about, real quick. The officers that we have now in downtown, they're young. They could be my children. We need to look out for them. They're giving up their lives in a city that's Wild, Wild West. You know it, guys. And I heard that they're working without a contract. Damn, what's going on with that? Another thing, we're constables, real quick. The constables that are appointed, use us in the city. Don't you think we can go around? And Mr. Mendez, you saw that recently we bumped into that East 30th and all that garbage, remember? And I'm like, Miss Eva sees trucks from New York, Bobby. Yeah, completely. And they say, and then they see like the blue containers or whatever containers. Oh yeah, but we're allowed to dump there. You sack of shit? No, you're not. You don't live here. So please, everybody, let's be mindful. Council members, please don't fight with one another. Let's make it that we respect you guys respect us, we respect our town, and also Mr. Mendez and everybody else. This is an alarming of what I'm gonna say. And here it is for the Paterson residents, and I'm gonna say this in Spanish. Aquellos que se están mudando en esta ciudad y quieren hacer el desastre que están haciendo, se van a arrepentir. What I'm saying is, people that are moving in our town, if they're not respecting the way that we should live, and you come, wherever you come from with your ideas that you gotta live like a slob, you got a problem.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and
Thank you.
God bless. And once again, Mr. McCoy,
Thank you.
I thank you. Mendez, everybody, God bless.
Thank you.
God bless,
Thank you
God
so
bless,
very
God
much.
bless.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Joel Keys Jr.
Joel Keys Paterson.
Good evening, brother.
The killing of Najee Seabrooks. Every resident of Paterson need to know who the Paterson Healing Collective is and about the work that they are doing. All members of the Paterson Police Department need to know the same. Before I learned of the Paterson Healing Collective, I wrote a post for social media explaining the importance of people in inner cities establishing relationships with local police departments. I wrote in reaction to several police killings in which police officers killed victims due to panic. I felt these officers panicked because they were uncomfortable dealing with inner city violence. My solution was that since most residents in inner cities were comfortable dealing with violence, the police could use them in situations where police were susceptible to panic. The killing of Paterson Healing Collective member Najee Seabrooks by the Paterson Police is a case in point of the message I am trying to convey. If everybody in Paterson knew about the Paterson Healing Collective, perhaps there would have been a more united effort to persuade the police to allow those members present to assist. If the entire police department had known about the skills of the Paterson Healing Collective, perhaps they would have allowed them to intervene. Possibly, Najee would still be alive. I'm not going to dwell on the mistakes of the Paterson Police during this tragedy. Instead, I will focus on the solutions we, the people, can provide. I have given a series of speeches titled Bring Democracy to Paterson. The point of those speeches is to inform the community of the importance of organizing and mobilizing so that we can recognize that we have power, which is the real meaning of democracy. A primary learning objective in my lesson plan as a professor is to teach students about ego defense mechanisms. Ego defense mechanisms result from emotional immaturity or a lack of integrity. I teach my students that when they have a problem, the best way to determine if they have an ego defense mechanism issue is if they are willing or unwilling to ask themselves the question of the highest integrity, which is, how have I contributed to this problem? To answer correctly requires integrity. My fellow Patersonians, can you ask and answer that question regarding the killing of Najee Seabrooks? That question again is, how have I contributed to the problem? The answer is by failing to organize and mobilize as a united force. We all make mistakes, and because human beings are imperfect, we can be forgiven.
Please wrap it up.
However, a cardinal sin in life is repeating mistakes. Being imperfect is no excuse for that. So repeating that mistake is not an option. We can't let it happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's speak, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Billy Prempe.
Good evening, Council. So I want to start by first repeating a few things that I've said a few times. I've come to the City Council. I've addressed this several times on social media. But 2021, I decided to go to the southern border because of the border crisis that's been affecting our country, and it's only gotten worse since then. February 2021, Joe Biden decided to remove the stay in Mexico policy. By December of 2023, a lot of things have affected the direction that our country's going in. Starting as far back as May 11th of 2023. See, our votes have consequences, and when we don't pay attention to who we're voting for, we get problems like we're facing here today. In May of 2023, Bill Pascrell decided to vote no for the Secure the Border Act 2023. In November 30th of 2023, Bill Pascrell also voted no against the Protecting Our Communities from Failure to Secure the Border Act 2023. Fast forward to December 2023 in District 9, Congressional District 9, where I am running to represent the district and replace Bill Pascrell. Several buses came into Secaucus, New Jersey, where they dumped off hundreds of illegal migrants in our community. Well, in our district, I should say. And the reason why they did this is because New York City, they had the doors wide open, bring us your people, bring them to our city, we can handle it. New York City is currently spending close to $8 million every single day just to handle this migrant crisis. And for a little bit of perspective, I actually have the date here. For a little bit of perspective, back in June 6, 1944, the American and Allied forces that stormed the beaches of Normandy, it was about 160,000 troops that did that mission. Just last month alone, we're approaching close to 270,000 people that have crossed the United States border within the first 27 days. Now, let me tell you why that should concern you. It's because Andre Saye, last week, the 5th of January, he decided to come out on television when they asked him about what his response was to the migrants that are coming into Secaucus. And he said, we're a welcoming city. Everybody can come. We have a world-class vaccination program. People come from all around the world to get our vaccines. Paterson has plenty of resources. They can come on in. And you know why he's doing that? He may not tell the people of the city, but the reason why he's doing that is because the city will receive lots of federal funds to deal with these problems. But here's the problem with that, though. Along with those federal funds, New York right now is asking for close to $1 billion to deal with this crisis. They have no idea how they're going to deal with this. And we have the mayor of our city saying, come on in. We have Bill Pascrell, our congressman, who says that he cares about our city, telling people, come on in. Voting to keep the border. Yes, he has. Look it up. I can give you the resolution. I can send it right to you. Every single resolution, every single act that was put in place to secure our border, he voted against. Yes, he did. Now, I'll leave you guys with this. Andre Saye, for whatever reason, believes, and many of you probably have heard the rumors, it looks like he's going to try and challenge Bill Pascrell for his congressional seat. He's out polling, he's reaching out to people in Franklin Lakes and in Bergen County. But in a city where he can't keep us safe, we've had record-breaking crime year over year, breaking records nonstop. He claims that the city has gotten safer in the past year, but that was only because the Attorney General has taken over. And now he wants to try and represent 35 municipalities across the district. If he's failed here in the city, I want you guys to pay attention to what will happen if you vote in the opposite direction and vote for Andre Saye in 2024. So again, if you guys don't know me, my name is Billy Prepe. I'm running for Congress. I'm running to replace Bill Pascrell. Your votes have consequences, and it's time we vote differently. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Ms. Betty Simmons.
Thank you, sir.
She left. Councilman Bill McCoy.
Wait a minute.
Good evening, honored council members. Those are the presents in the hall this evening. Those who are listening at home, I'm Bill McCoy, councilman of the 3rd Ward. And I was reminded that I need to let you know that I'm not actually sitting in my seat, but tonight I stand as a candidate for the 3rd Ward seat in May 2024. And in fact, I really stand here with my wife, who is my moral compass and my legal advisor to make sure that I don't commit any crimes and break any laws. And I've done that for 20 years successfully, so I want to give her credit. It's a 2-for-1 deal. We work as a tandem in making sure that we protect the interests of our city. The Attorney General has done my job for me, and he has pointed out what I have been telling you all along, that we have a fraudster and a liar and a thief. And they have charged not only him, but his wife with criminal charges, campaign manager, and an innocent person who's a campaign worker doing what they were told to do, and now they're facing time in jail for those actions. So we look forward to meeting at the polls, and I want to let you know, 3rd Ward residents, you are in fact in charge. They may have stole from me, but they really stole from you. When someone takes your ballot that you have already cast and changes the name on it from the person you voted for to their own name, that's a new low in the city of Paterson. We have never seen that in any time. Somebody asked me, Bill, why do you want to go back on the city council? After a year of my assault last year in January, that crime has not yet been solved. And it would seem as if that would encourage me. But I have a heart for my community. I have a heart for the people of Paterson. And I know that good government requires decent, honest, good people to serve in government. So tonight, as you look at the Martin Luther King statue behind you and the inscription on it, I was at the pre-Martin Luther King service at Seminary Baptist Church, where Reverend Barry Graham is the president of United Council, and they had Dr. Reverend Danielle Brown, came from Perth Amboy, to tell Paterson that we ought to, when we see injustice, we ought to cry out loud, and we are not to spare not. And tonight I want to point that out to you. We've had this 39 on the agenda for 3 consecutive meetings, and it's being pushed back again. I think all of us recognize the clerk's ability, what she has done, and I think she has earned her reappointment. I encourage the municipal council to do that. Let me hasten to say, Councilwoman Cotton, you mentioned today about the transplant. And sometimes when folks hear you say that, they may think it's obscure. I have 2 people in my family that receive a transplant, not of a kidney, not of any other organ, but of a heart. Without the body, without a heart, you have no body. And so those persons gave up their lives, but they continue life in my family. 2 out of my brothers had a heart transplant. So I anchor that for you, and I say to everybody that they ought to consider it. We've heard about Hurricane Carter today, the injustice that was done, and I think it's appropriate for us to recognize today, as we did the promotion of Michael Hall, the first African-American deputy chief of the fire department, and that was done under the first Hispanic chief of the fire department, Alicia. And I think that's a significant move in Paterson that we ought to congratulate and commend for the work that we're doing. I look forward to continue to work with you in honesty and in truth to make sure that we can move our city forward. The bulk pickup is an issue. I think we can help on that. And I want you to not jump too quickly. In order for us to go to every street and every lane on every occasion, it's going to be a more expensive situation. Let us encourage those to get registered. They should be able to call DPW, and we should have staff there to address that. Thank you, council members, for listening to me in audience, and I look forward to your vote on May 14th. The real McCoy. God bless you and good night.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Miss Mary Taylor. Mary Taylor.
It's Mike.
Michael Taylor.
Michael Taylor, that's right. It's coming.
Mary Taylor. Mary Taylor. Mary Taylor.
Where is she? I said Mary Taylor.
Correctly. I'm here. Justice for Mary Taylor. I would like to ask the council respectfully to allow my daughter to get her time, her moment of silence. Thank you. Mary Taylor, Mary Taylor, tink tink, my BG, my BG. Mary Taylor, I'm here to represent my daughter to keep her memory alive. I'm also here specifically to hold Mayor Sayag, Attorney General Matt Plotkin, Governor Phil Murphy accountable for the no chase policy that he has instilled in the city of Paterson that jeopardizes the integrity of all law enforcement in New Jersey. I'm specifically addressing the Governor, Phil Murphy, because he appointed Matt Plotkin to take over the Paterson Police Department. I'm specifically holding Mayor Andre Sayag accountable for failing the Paterson people and the Paterson Police Department. If he was doing his job, the Attorney General would never have to come in and place such a policy that affected my daughter's case. Not only that, the no chase policy, it jeopardized the integrity of all law enforcement in New Jersey. Now, I'm here, of course, for my daughter, but I'm also here to be proactive. When I was here in October, wanting justice for my daughter, I asked all the council members who was present what was their public safety plans. Since my daughter killing, there was several more killings. I'm holding the mayor accountable because there hasn't been no public safety in Paterson since the killing of Jameek Lowry. And that's fact. All the agencies that was involved with it, it jeopardized the integrity. Mayor Sayag, all the incidences since he's been in office, dealing with Jameek, Felix, Najee, and now my daughter, all of those are incidences on your hands, Mr. Sayag. And if you can't control these incidences in Paterson, how you gonna control it in Congress? I'm specifically here to hold everybody accountable. I'm asking you, Dr. Mims. I voted for you, Team Mims. Team Mims was part responsible for elected Andre Sayag. I would like to know what your public safety plan, Dr. Mims, and I'm addressing this to every council member. I'm holding every one of y'all accountable because I know when it's come time, election time, you gotta say you're tough on crime, you do this about crime and this and that. But right now, you will be held accountable, each and every last one of y'all. So I'm asking you respectfully, Dr. Mims, what's your plan? What's your public safety plan for Paterson?
So, Mr. Taylor,
Thank you.
first of all, let me give
I'm
my
sorry.
condolences to you and to your family.
Councilwoman, I'm
As you
sorry.
already know.
Councilwoman
One second,
Mims.
Council
Sure.
President, 1 second,
Sure.
because this was done previously, and he's asking, because you allowed every council member to answer, and I was not here. So that's why he's asking me, because I was absent. When he did this before, you allowed the council members to respond afterwards.
I remember that.
So that's
Go
why
ahead,
he's
Councilwoman.
asking. But I just want to give condolences to your family. As you know, I knew your daughter very well when you used to come to the council chambers. Number one, Team Mims did not help elect Mayor Andre Saya. At the time when Andre Saya was running, I was running as well. I was campaigning for my own self to be reelected. I was not a part of Andre Saya's push for him to be reelected. My whole focus was Team Mims, and our slogan was "I'm rocking with Mims." It was all about Mims, not about Andre Saya. So I want to bring some clarity to that. That was not Team Mims' focus.
Got it.
Number two, when it comes to public safety in the city, for me, I believe that there needs to be a plan, period. Whether it's public safety, whether it's quality of life, whether it's with public safety corridors in our school, whether it's lighting, whether it's garbage, whether it's fixing our streets, our roads, whatever's needed, there needs to be a plan. That's number one. Number two, after the plan, there should be communication and meetings to execute those plans. When it comes to public safety, there's many issues. Number one, when I first came on, I initiated a plan called Turn the Lights On. What that plan was in Paterson, if you ride around, even to this day, there's many lights on the street, on the poles that don't work. That's a public safety issue. If someone's riding down the street, the lights are not on, that's an issue. Somebody could get robbed, mugged, whatever. When I came on, all 4 of the bridges, the lights were out. Some were out for 10 years, 12 years, 15 years. The first thing I did was collaborated with Public Service, DPW, the county, and I pushed an initiative, and we got all 4 lights through my leadership. All 4 of those bridges are on. Art Street, Straight Street, West Broadway. All of those bridges are now working, based on my leadership when I came in. That's public safety. Making sure you hold the administration accountable when it comes to these concerns and issues. I know a lot of times it's a hurtful thing when people lose their family member. I know how it feels. I've been in these situations. I know people. We've been to their homes. We've been to the hospitals. I've eulogized them in so many aspects. But I have to say this. We get blamed for a lot of stuff, but we're not holding those guns. We're not shooting these people. There are people that are shooting them. They are standing there watching them do these crimes, and they don't open their mouth. They're standing right there. People know who did it. They won't say anything, but when it comes to us as council members, people yell and scream, you got to do something. What should be done is, number one, go back to see something, say something. Somebody, because if you don't say something today, it's going to be your family member the next week. And then it goes back to the parenting piece. In your home, as a parent, go in your rooms. Talk to your children. You got to sit and have these conversations with your children. When you see that there's something shifting or going awry, there needs to be counseling. In our culture, when we were growing up, we didn't really believe in counseling as African Americans, but it's almost like it was a miss. We got to get back to counseling. There are situations that our children are facing, our families are facing, and we need counseling. We have to work with the administration to build and develop plans. We also have to work to give recommendations and solutions, because a lot of times yelling and screaming and calling people names, that's not going to help. It sounds great, but does it help? No. So you got to come up with some plans, and you have to say, here's some recommendations. How do we get it done? How do we find money in the budget to do it? How do we partner with the county, with the state, with the federal level to get these things done? But you have to build relationships. You can't tear people down and expect to get things done across the board. You got to build relationships, build a network, and then after you do all of that, then we'll come to a place. In closing, I appreciate the fact that some help came in. To see the looks on the faces of the Felix De Jesus family, Najee Seabrook's family, John Meek's family, and then when it came to Najee, all these families that came to this microphone, we've been to their homes. We sat and talked to see the looks on their faces. For anyone not to have any feeling or concern, there's a problem. You would be insensitive to your daughter. We would be insensitive. So the plan needs to be everybody needs to come together. Everybody needs to come together and say, what do you think is the way to get it done? How do you think it should be resolved? It's not about publicity or photo ops. It's about a life that was taken. One life is taken is way too many. Doesn't matter if they're black, Spanish, white, whatever. It was a life that was taken. It's a humanistic piece that we have to be able to say, we don't want no more lives. We have to save our children. Mr. Teller, as you know, I've known you for some years. In this situation with your daughter, grief is a process. It's a process because you're grieving and you need justice at the same time. You're grieving the loss of your daughter, but you need justice for the people that did it or the individual, whoever they were that did it. So at the same time, those things are coupled together. So my thing with the administration, as they continue to do what they do because it's under investigation, we can't speak to anything because we don't have the information, but you have to continue to work with the detectives, whoever the information, the administration, reach out to them.
I need you to help me assist you. I'm trying to hold the governor accountable, Attorney Matt General accountable.
Whatever help you need from me,
I'm holding the whole
you have my number. Call me. Whatever help you need.
I'm holding the whole city council accountable.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims.
For example,
thank you, Mr. Taylor.
For you, I'm holding you example for specifically you. In the whole city council, because you is a poor representation of our city council in Paterson, because you cheated and you know you cheated and everything, and nobody don't respect you.
Thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Let's speak, Madam Clerk.
Lack of integrity.
Thank you for your time.
I'm going on and on because if I don't get no justice for my daughter.
Mr. Taylor, we have people behind you. We're here to hear you, and we respect. Thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you for your time. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
What is his name?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Please have a seat. No. Please allow the next speaker. Madam Clerk, can you call the next speaker, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Kimi Freeman.
Mr. Freeman.
President of the city council, y'all know they cheated. What's wrong in Paterson is no accountability. That's why things continue going on and on, because if he cheated in the election, if he don't say nothing, and that's the example.
Mr. Freeman, you're next on the mic. Can you come to the mic, please?
You need to go. You need to resign, because as long as you're in office.
Mr. Freeman, I don't want to call nobody to remove you from the city. No, you stop in the city council meeting. Okay, just please allow the next speaker. I hear you already. I hear you. Thank you. Just please have a seat. Please have a seat. Please have a seat. That's your opinion. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Kimi Freeman.
Mr. Freeman, if you don't come to the mic, we'll call the next speaker. We have to move on. We have second reading item on the agenda. Madam Clerk, can you call the next speaker? And I don't really want to call the police to remove you. Mr. Taylor, if you continue, I'm going to ask the police officer to remove you from the chamber. I don't need to ask them. Okay, Madam Clerk, can you call the next speaker? Mr. Kenny Freeman is not coming to the mic. Can you call the next speaker right after?
Mr. Daniel Mejia.
You talk about me to be moved. You the one who cheated. And the city ain't safe because of all the corruption. Do y'all feel safe in the city? No. How the city gonna be safe and 5 shooters out here and y'all gonna remain quiet and nobody gonna say nothing? And you gonna continue now the meetings?
Council members, we're gonna have to take a 5-minute break. Let's take 5-minute break. Madam Clerk, we're gonna take 5 minutes break.
You
We need a break. We're on break officially.
Good evening. Go ahead. We got three.
Kenny Freeman, Third Ward. Wow. I don't have a whole lot of time to talk about the three things I normally talk about, but I do want to speak about how outrageous Israel is defying not only the UN resolution, but also any decision that the World Court has. Do we have law and order on this planet? We definitely don't have it here in Paterson. I haven't got time to elaborate on that. When you have a country that defied all the plans since President Carter up till now about this two-state Palestinian situation. I was quite surprised, but I shouldn't be, that when this issue came up before the council, like a month or so ago, most of the council people, except for the Islamic one and Lewis, the other people, y'all didn't have a clue what was going on. Oh, it's a procedure or anything. Why? Y'all need to stop it. There's 2 million Palestinians that are in the desert as we speak. And I ain't got more time to speak, but you know what? I'm gonna tell you about Third Ward. Day before Christmas, New Year's Eve, I rented a U-Haul on Thursday. I had 2 Spanish guys help me put it on the truck. They went down to the basement, they did my tiles. They said they'd come back next day. That was Friday. The guy said, oh, we can't come Friday. We'll move the refrigerator to Saturday. I wake up Saturday morning. I live on East 40th Street. My U-Haul is parked directly in front of my house. Paterson police, whether they were called or they saw the truck, all of a sudden now they enforcing laws in the Third Ward. Well, anyway, they told the U-Haul with all my new kitchen appliances in the truck, unlocked. We are going to court. We're going to find out whether the Paterson Police Department did that. I know there's an ordinance on commercial stuff, and we talked about it. Ms. Francis talked about it all the time. Is there an exclusion in there about a U-Haul truck, maybe a 48-hour period? Because I was supposed to move that thing out that day. You guys costed me $600. You ain't getting away with that. If I gotta go to court, even if I lose, I'm raising pure hell. I'm sending a letter to the Paterson Police Department and to the mayor, because I pay $14,000 a year in taxes. I can't even get a parking spot at my house. I want designated parking spots for homeowners on the side of their house and in the front of their house. All right, you're talking about, oh, let's look for the handicapped signs. You know how many people have died and did everything else? They're all over the place. I lived in my house 32 years, and Mr. McCoy knows. My house is paid for. I want to thank the city. Give me some time. Give everybody else time, and I'll wait.
Wrap it up, Mr. Freeman.
Give me some time. Give me another minute. I want to thank HUD for giving me that pipe with the pressure valve on it, because now I have no more flooding. But like I said before, my sidewalk is still toe up. Toe up. From the work you did for that, and I put it in there, but guess what? You guys sneaked something because you gave my girl and she didn't sign one little thing. I put it on the original one, the sidewalk. I got to get the sidewalk fixed.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
All right?
Next
now,
speaker.
You know what I'm saying?
You have to wrap it up, Mr. Freeman.
No, here we go with this bullshit. You know what?
Nice.
You know what, Alex? I waited 10 minutes for you to come back, right? You let everybody else speak, right?
I respectfully ask you to finish.
I am a taxpayer in your ward,
Yes.
so you already know you lost my vote.
Thank you.
My boy McCoy over there, I'm teaming up with him. I'm teaming up with anybody that wants to team up with me. You don't want to team up with me? Get you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Lois, thank you very much, all right?
Madam Clerk.
Lois wants to hook me up to be a constable. None of y'all wanted to do that for me.
Thank you.
30 years I've been, none of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to speak about one other thing. The flooding. When President Obama came here with Mayor Jones, he got that, oh, we're going to fix the river. Let me tell you something. I swam in that river in 1964. Stevie Wonder can see that you got to dredge that river and build levees from West Broadway all the way to Fifth Ave. It's been 13 years. What the hell y'all doing? Mike's a civil engineer. I'm a civil engineer. I just told you my father built the hydro plant in Ethiopia. What are y'all doing? My grandmother lived in the first ward her whole life. Been flooded ever since. You guys better be doing something because you know what, Mendes? We're getting you out of here. I don't care what we have to do.
Thank you.
I'll put my boy McCoy in there.
There's no more speaking, council member. Motion to close.
You are a criminal. And then, community clergy patrol. I'm not going to say it again. All right? And they also have Hope Village for the homeless in Newark. Why can't we do shit like people do in Newark? Because you don't have the will.
Council member, there's no more speaker. Can I have a motion to close?
We're doing it in the third ward anyway, whether you do it or not.
Motion to close.
It was motion to close, moved by Councilwoman Davila.
Anybody listed here?
That's it.
So there's another speaker. Madam Clerk, you say there's no more speaking?
Point of order.
Council members of the public. Just a minute. If there's one speaker, the clerk told me that there's no more speaker. If there's another person, we will add it. We will add the person on the list. Just give me a second. You have your name on the list?
So there's
You don't have your name on the list?
Yes, so there's
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna allow the last speaker. Go right after that. You're gonna have 3 minutes, and then we close the public portion. Okay? So let's allow the last speaker. I don't know if
So there is a William C. McCoy as well that I glanced over. I thought it was one and the same. So we have Councilman Bill McCoy and William C. McCoy.
okay. So the reason why I called for a motion to close it was because I hear that there was no more speaker. So we have one more speaker, and you could go right after. Try to be brief. That way we could go back to the second reading. I would appreciate it.
Go ahead, sir. Yes, you may go.
Good night, everyone. My name is William McCoy, City of Paterson. Time is far spent, so I can't greet everybody properly. However, I'm here to speak firmly about my dad. Councilman McCoy is my father. He's been a stand-up role model to me and my family and to our city. My dad was assaulted 1 year ago. My dad was physically assaulted in front of our home 1 year ago. Never been assaulted before, never had a fight, never stole, never lied on anybody. He has no beef with anybody. The only thing he did was stand up for the city, stand up for the residents of the 3rd Ward, run a fair, bipartisan race, and was usurped. His seat was stolen. Your vote was stolen. You were bamboozled. You were hoodwinked to believe that in anywhere in this world, in this city, that we as a people, after Martin Luther King, after Malcolm X, Rosa Parks, who has also come to this city, fought Reuben Hurricane. We just gave this family their flowers after how many years of injustice. That's what I gotta look forward to. I'm on my first start, 1 year. They could have killed my father with baseball bats, right? And I sat back for 1 year and didn't hear the cries like they heard for the commercialized accidents in the city, for whatever the reasons might be. Nonetheless, what happened to Reuben Hurricane Carter still stands today. We have no justice. We have no peace. Right here in the city of Paterson, we don't have to go to Palestine. We don't have to go to the Middle East. It's happening today in the 3rd Ward, in the 3rd largest city in New Jersey. We can't keep our own politicians safe. You guys aren't safe.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe except Councilman Mike Jackson. Except Councilman Mike Jackson. If anybody is listening, don't run up on him. That's a fair warning. It's unfortunate, but we the people have a chance to change that narrative, especially in the 3rd Ward. Bill McCoy for sound experience and proven leadership. That's what this city needs. We need sound experience and proven leadership. Right behind it says, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Injustice anywhere, whether it's in the council, whether it's in the poll booth, whether it's at home when you're writing up your mail-in ballots and stamping them and delivering them, we're being robbed. It's highway robbery. We're being enslaved because our voice, our vote that's been God-given is no longer the truth. The truth of the matter is you could be assaulted in front of your home, you could be killed, and at best, maybe 30 years later, they might exonerate you and give your grandkids a plaque and promise of a statue for false hopes. False representation of what a leader should be. It says council president. It says councilwoman at large, councilman of a ward. These are all titles. These are all positions and stations that requires and commands respect. But if you don't have integrity, it means nothing. What are we doing it for? We have to have integrity. Councilman Jackson gets a black eye and gets beat up all the time because he says he's the lone sheep. And maybe his approaches might not make you feel good, but he speaks truth, facts, facts to truth, truth to facts. And where do we get? My dad beat up. For what? City of Paterson, unfortunately, we've been given an option, and I'll go.
Just wrap it up.
Oh yeah, I'll wrap it up. In closing, City of Paterson, we've been given an option to do one of two things. Move, and if you can't move, you have to suffer. Vote Bill McCoy, 3rd Ward.
Next speaker, go ahead.
Excuse me, he wasn't on the list, and he came in about a half an hour ago.
Yeah.
I will allow, just go ahead. Please state your name and address. Right, Madam Clerk, he's the last speaker. After that, we'll close the public portion.
So just to make it very
Good evening.
brief. Good evening. My name is Daniel. I just wanted to let you know that I received a few donations, basically hand sanitizers, that I want to give out, many boxes. And also just notify, I also got hats that were donated as well that I would like to give out if you know any places that I could give it out to. And just also mention silkcity1.com, and that's about it. Yeah.
Thank you, we appreciate it. Thank you for coming. A motion to close? Moved by Councilman Davila.
Second.
Second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the public portion of the Municipal Council of Tuesday, January 16, 2023. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So to the public, there was quite a bit that was talked about today, and I would be remiss if I allow things to pass without at least addressing some of it. So, Brother Carr, if you mind, just give me a quick moment. as one of the items you spoke about. It is unfortunate, man, that you know, people do things with an agenda these days. And although I too stand in celebration of our newly appointed deputy chief, I stand indifferent of why we should be celebrating. In 2024, when you're still holding up a flag or utilizing the legacy of Dr. King and all that he fought for just to create another press conference, is disappointing. Although I hold Chief Mike Hall up in the same praise, I don't do it because he's black. I do it because he's a kid that grew up in these streets of Paterson, riding bicycles, who probably fell and scraped a knee on the city streets. And he grew up here in this community, and now he has an opportunity to give young children the potential vision that they too can possibly one day become the chief. And I do that not just for him, but for Chief Alisea as well. I think it discredits his abilities. I think it discredits his integrity and all of he stood for, his years of service, by just utilizing a brief moment just to highlight him because he's black. His work is so much more than that, and that was done, in my opinion, with a lot of poor taste. Secondly, and I'm disappointed that he left, I'll address it publicly so that they can view it. Mr. Carr, can you call the gentleman right there, standing right outside the door? One with the hat on. So thank you for coming back in. I just wanted to address the situation and make sure it was addressed publicly. Because, and it's unfortunate Councilman McCoy stepped out as well, because he can actually validate this. In the history of the city council and the city clerk's relationship, in fact, if you look at any other organization where there's an org chart, the day that the fire chief was promoted, the actual day, he made it clear. He said he's promoting his deputy chief, Mike Hall. He brought him up there. He wasn't on the agenda. He wasn't scheduled to be spoken about. But his leadership as chief, and I'm glad you came back in, Councilman McCoy, because I wanted you to hear this and possibly give feedback later. But his leadership allowed him to say, this is going to be my deputy chief. And there was other selections. The administration wasn't the ones who chose. He chose the person who was going to serve under him. He chose the person who he trusted. He chose the person who he spent time on the job with. He chose the person that he believed in. He made that announcement. Now, it wasn't under his control on when they would do the promotion, but it was his selection and his choice, and I applaud him for that, for being willing to stand up for his men. Now, unfortunately, what we're witnessing, because many of you understand this activity has been running its course for several years now. The position of derailing the process that we have been following for years. Madam Sylvia Owner, she chose her deputy clerk. Madam Jane Warren, she chose her deputy clerk. And it's not a successor, because the council has the authority to choose the clerk in the end of the day. If the deputy clerk, who is then moving up towards the position, is not the council's choice, the council has the wherewithal, and it's under this purview, to choose someone else. So it's not the fact that the deputy is the successor, but the person in which you are relying on to help you, to hold you down, to do the work necessary, to make sure that the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed. That person you want to choose as the leader. And our former clerk had an opportunity to choose her deputy clerk. Now we've gone through unprecedented times under this administration, where the administration has involved themselves in the process. Not only the administration, but now the state, our fiscal monitor is now getting involved with the interviewing processes and the selection process of the deputy clerk. It's unprecedented. So, did that same process take place for representatives that was being hired in the DPW that's gonna be, picking up the garbage on our streets? Did the fiscal monitor involve themselves in that? No. But all of a sudden, the process of selecting the clerk has been totally undermined and derailed, where the person that's going to be charged with doing the job will now be given the person that has to serve underneath them. It's critically unjust. I've seen it happen many times before, where a director or CEO of the school was chosen and they was automatically handed the vice principal or vice director, and it was conflict. We've watched the clerk's office take a great deal of scrutiny, and I'm giving it to you, Brother Carr, because I'm often held at a different, I don't want to say a different standard, but, with different opposition because of the stances that I take. I'm not here to defend anyone, out of the ordinary. I'm here to make sure I stand on what's right. We've watched this clerk's office take a great deal of scrutiny. Oh, people can't do this, they can't do that. Those are the people who were put in that place. And yet and still, we see people acknowledge when the camera's on, but that same critique and or observation isn't made all the time. And it's an unfair process. So you are absolutely correct. And I'm going to stand and witness with you. And Madam Clerk has gone through some stressful situations, unwarranted stressful situations. And here's just another example of. So, Councilman McCoy, I'm hoping that maybe you use this opportunity to come back to the podium later on, because I'm sure no one wants you to voice that now. You've sat in this council for almost 2 decades. When has this process been the process? Who else was given their subordinates? It's never been done. It's never been done. You don't hire a coach at the New York Giants and then say, here, these are the assistant coaches that I want you to work with. It's not done. The head coach has the opportunity to hire his staff that he is going to be accountable for. Every single coach, when they get up there on Sunday after the game and they take the press conference, they take full responsibility of being the person who is at fault. It's because they chose their team. But what we're witnessing now is unprecedented, where there's now interviewing processes going on where other people will choose the clerks next in charge. So, God forbid, if she has to take time off, the person that she has to rely on is not her choice. This is the kind of activity that's been taking place under this current regime. And lastly, I'll say this. I show up to the meeting, and I was greeted with, you weren't invited. I've been chastised for not showing up to committee meetings, because most of the time these things, the items that take place or the arguments that take place is so far off the mark And then we come here in public, the deals have already been made. But I refuse to let that happen. I was selected and chosen to be on the personnel committee. So I was not going to be denied to be there to witness. And I'll say this. I'll rest it there. Now it's up to you, community, to understand. And again, my only job here is to pull back the curtain and allow the community the exposure to see what's going on. I will not allow people to sit here and lie with a straight, cold face. No, we do. That's incorrect. And I challenge anyone to discredit what I'm saying.
You're a liar, okay? You are a liar.
Tell me, say it, please. Please say it in the mic. Please say it in the mic.
Okay? You are a liar.
Councilwoman, Councilwoman, you will have an opportunity. Just Councilwoman, let him finish. Let him
Put a
finish.
mic on.
Let
Put
him
your
finish,
mic on.
Councilwoman. You will have an opportunity to. I'll get back on
You can't sit here and hear the lies.
after.
It's not true, and Madam Clerk is there, and she knows that it's not true.
First of all, this is me that needs to be addressed. Nobody needs to address the clerk.
Because you're
I didn't ask the clerk.
situations about the clerk,
I didn't ask
and
the
you're
clerk
talking about a committee
one
that was
question.
created by the president, not the personnel committee. You
Thank
showed up to a meeting. You crashed a meeting.
So when was this kind of committee ever? Tell me the year, tell me the time and date when this committee was ever created in the past. Tell me where I'm lying about that. When was this committee ever created in the past? Did Jane Warren sit in a meeting with that committee?
Council members, just you.
When?
You will have the opportunity to have the discussion,
When?
Councilwoman. I'll get back to you, Councilwoman
It was
Davila.
never done. It was never done. What's happening is unprecedented. What's happening is unprecedented. But these are the people that sit forward while certain elected officials get their wives' jobs. These are the kinds of things that we're talking about here. So, and I often refrain because they didn't try to take things out on other people. But there's nothing that I've said that's a lie. Nothing. I challenge anybody to say it. I asked in that meeting, I asked the state fiscal monitor, who's been our state fiscal monitor for quite some time, when have you ever participated in such an outing? Her words was, never.
Now that's a lie. She listed the interviews she was in.
Madam BA, let him finish. We're in a roll call.
She listed the interviews for the 7 cabinet
Councilman
members.
Jackson, please.
The 7
That's
cabinet
not
members.
true.
The cabinet members only. Never for the clerk.
Council members.
Never.
No, there's council member that's still in the room. He could go, Councilman Jackson, you can continue. Please wrap it up.
Absolutely. Brother Carr, that's what it is. So when you come here now, I will acknowledge, which I failed to do. The item should have never been on the agenda. So there was no discourse with the item being on and not being spoken about. That was another mistake. The item should have never been on the agenda because it did require the approval from the director, who somehow now is unavailable. But the fact of the matter is, the selection of the deputy, this process has never taken place before. And I challenge any one of them to put their truths on the record. Madam Clerk, with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims.
So Paterson, it is now 11:25 p.m. We still have 18 items that require vote that deals with public concerns and things that are really needed in the community. I'm not saying that the dialogue is not needed, but I'm going to say it again, what I said a couple weeks ago. When we come to this chamber, whether it's on the public side or on the dais, on this side, council, or administration, or any side. Even if you don't like someone, there is a level of respect that should be given to everybody. Because when you disrespect someone, there's always a response that is going to happen after the disrespect. So not to expect it is almost absurd, because if you come with respect, respect will be given. But if you disrespect, then it opens up something else and it becomes chaotic and it disrupts the decorum in the chambers. Tonight, we had several people come, and I always thank the public for coming out. It's a hard task tonight. The roads are very icy. The temperatures are dropping. You left your families, but I want to thank you for coming out to advocate and fight for what you believe is right. I don't agree when I hear people come to the meeting and just totally disrespect council members. I don't agree with that. I don't agree when they say, you're terrible, you're horrible. I just think there's a way that those things can be better articulated, because at the end of the day, we all are Patersonians. So if one of us hurt, we all hurt. If there's a deficit, we all have a deficit, because we all live in the same community. It's not like you came to the mic and you live in Heldon and you're coming to fight from Heldon for Paterson. We all live here. Every council member lives in Paterson. Every council member. Administration, they live in Paterson. Our clerks, they live in Paterson. We're Paterson. We see what you see every day. We send, make the phone calls, we call the administration, we do the things we are required to do, I'm speaking for myself, to ensure that those things get done. Are they done on time? Are they done immediately? No. I can speak from my block with the garbage collection. I voted no, because I just felt there was not a clear-cut plan and that the rollout would not be good. I said that myself, Councilwoman Cotton, we voted no, and you can see we were right? But here's my concern. Everyone's garbage on my block was picked up, but mine. I called because it was so late that I didn't see the garbage truck. I called, I texted the director, and then he texted me back to say the inspectors was gonna go check and it was done. And to my knowledge, my garbage is still sitting on the curb. That wasn't enough with the garbage. We have crows. I don't know where they're coming from, but they're overtaking our community. They're ripping the garbage open. They're all over people's yards because we're coming to a place where the garbage there's no clear schedule on it, and the crows they're everywhere. And if you haven't seen them yet, they're coming to a neighborhood near you. It's just what it is. They're coming. But we have to get to that place where respect has to be given so that it can be reciprocated here in the council chambers. Witnessing what happened on tonight was heart-wrenching. My heart goes out to Mr. Teller, any family that's going through. He's grieving, but he needs justice. That's a hard place, right? And if you haven't been there, you can't, because you can't really understand it because you're not there, but you have to sympathize with people like himself and others. There's some people that don't come, but they're probably watching it and they're crying because they feel, the same thing. But we have to, and there's a lot of things that were needed and said and whatever, and the administration can answer that at a later date. But I really want us, and even if it's like we practice one day out of every other week and then we'll get to every day, we have to learn how to respect each other. Because we're here, it's 11:17, I said it before, it's 11:30. We're gonna be here probably till almost 1 o'clock. We have 18 more items. And the temperature is probably going to 19 degrees tonight. That's below 32 degrees. So we're going home in ice. And most people that came to the chambers, a lot of them are gone, and those that are sitting here, you'll be gone too. And then we have to leave these chambers and go home if we can get there safely to our families. So let's remember that when it comes to working together. I know it's election season. And election season, from now to May, it's going to be on and popping. But even though it's election season, we got to learn how to, because you're in the seat, Somebody else may take the seat, whatever that looks like, but be respectful. Because people are watching, the youth are watching. They're texting me like, Dr. Mims, you told us to watch the beat and so we could learn something, and they're watching all of this stuff go on. My phone is like on fire. Because I asked different youth to watch the meeting so they could learn political science, and they're like, what is going on in your, like, what's going on there? This is like reality television. So let's just remember that. Like, you may not ever come to someone's house for dinner. You may not ever be invited to ride in their car, whatever that looks like, but at least get along to get the work done to move this city forward. I'm just asking that because while we're here, there's so much going on that our families, we leave our families to come to do this work, and then there's arguing, bickering, and all, it's just too much. And I'm just asking that respect is brought back, and the decorum is brought back into the council chambers. And I'm asking you, Council President, as the one that they chose to be the president, that is brought back into these chambers. With that stated, Madam Clerk, I have some other things, but I'll talk about them later so that we can move forward. Madam Clerk, I agree, everyone stated. You already know I don't have to make it to the public my support of you. You already know it's been there from the beginning. I support you, and I'm following the process because I asked what was the process, and they laid it out, so I'm following to make sure that it's adhered to in relation to what needs to be done as it relates to you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Today, there was 2 business owners that came here, Madam B.A., from those 2-3 River Street. They expressed themselves regarding their business, and my understanding is that they was from Paterson. They left. Now they're back in Paterson with their business in River Street. We all know that the governor needs to meet with the federal and the state, agency to meet with Engineering Corp, make sure that this river is dragged clean and make it accessible to more water to go through. You know what I'm saying? Is very important. But the one that more trigger me is, Madam B.A., if it's possible, she mentioned 2-3 River Street, I believe so. Southern Street, not Southern Street, something like that. I don't know if Madam B.A., you could give that address back to her, because if it's possible to call for extra attention. Breaking into her vehicle once again, and she stayed... 237 River Street, right? Okay, so breaking back to the vehicle, and stated that there was camera to watch the dumping, and her car keep on breaking into. So see if we could have extra attention in the area to at least we could reduce that. As everybody knows, we have asked the governor to come. He came into Paterson. The resident of Paterson needs immediately attention on the flooding zones, especially in the River Street side and the north side. Even that I'm not a councilman in that ward, but when it comes to humanitarian relief or help people, I forget sometimes that I'm not from that ward, I'm from Paterson. So assisting people is my agenda, my goal. I spoke to a gentleman that came to the podium here, and I believe I told Councilwoman Ruby Kine, people come to this podium and they're running for office, get up in the podium and say that we all dysfunctional, but then they are looking for us to support them. So I don't understand that part, right? I don't understand that part. You come here to the podium, you say we dysfunctional, you're not good, you don't do your job, but then you come to us to support you. So I know what my colleagues have done. I know where we've been before 2016. I know where we at this point, 2024. I'm not going to, belittle anybody, use that podium. That's a freedom of speech. But when people start talking about listen the report of EPA about the Great Falls and the EPA thing about the contamination. I sit in DPW committee, and we sit with the administration, and we don't ever heard that about building demolished and contaminating everybody around. The only building that was demolished was caught on fire in Passaic Street and Shiansi, and had to be demolished because of fire, demolished, burn it down. So, you know, some people have to learn the steps before even to go to this seat. There's a lady came up talking about pedestrian traffic signs, safety, that there's some sign that she don't see that other city have. I just want to advise the young lady that we applied for a grant for pedestrian safety. I think we was awarded $688,000, I believe, so roughly around there. And still, Mr. Statuto, with the cooperation with Traffic Division, we still put an application to the state for pedestrian safety to put our roads and street more safer for those that cross and walk our street, because we became more heavily foot traffic city. And that funding is going to come soon. New traffic sign is going to go up. New, when the weather breaks in, we're going to have more places, crosswalk paint, and et cetera, et cetera. So I could say a lot of stuff that have been said today here. We still, Mr. Taylor, we grieve with you. I understand what you're going through. I went through that. I know that when situation goes like this, we want to respond right away. I just want to tell you that we are praying for you, for your family, and making sure that justice comes forward. Madam BA, you took notes, everything that was saying in the front on the podium. This gentleman is waiting for the longest here and getting paid for being here, sitting there. He has an item that needs to be taken care of tonight. Out of the 1760 more beside that one. Colleagues, we got quorum if I get up? No. Saying that, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilman Abdelaziz, we are closing the public portion.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just a few things, Madam BA, I just want to put on your radar. To the 6th Ward residents, it's obviously, you see the weather, it's cold out. A lot of the construction projects that will be going on in the 6th Ward should be commencing in the spring. So, Madam BA, could I get an update, please, on where the status is for the new parks? The ones on Trent Ave, the dog park, and the new playground. So be aware that we hopefully will be breaking ground in the spring. I just want to commend 6th Ward residents, knock on wood. Last year, the gun violence, for the first time ever, did not hit the 6th Ward. We got to do better. We got a lot more work to do, but it's because of the vigilance of the residents and the hard work of the Paterson Police Department and the UEZ program, the walking patrols in the business districts. And Madam BA, with Councilwoman Mims, this is an at-large thing. I want to team up with the at-large members and put in a request. The busiest business districts in the city are your South Paterson Business District and your 21st Ave Business District. And Councilman Velez will tell you, he's always on 21st Ave. We need to look for a program that DPW visits those business districts 3 or 4 times a week to clean up early in the morning. It is not the cleanest right now, similar to the downtown thing, so I want to have a meeting. So yeah, we want to see if we can have a meeting where they could have the business owners, us, and like I said, I want to team up with my council at large members that represent those areas also, because the businesses are thriving. It's a good thing, but we need to keep up with the trash and make it look cleaner for the residents and the people patronizing these businesses. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Kalik, we're closing the public portion.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. A lot of constituents
He came
spoke.
in before me, so that's why she called him.
I know,
Okay.
I say that, I'm gonna remind her that you.
Council members, please, let us allow finish, close the public portion.
Spoke, and I don't like to repeat myself. Many of my council colleagues have answered their questions. Instead of bickering, I just suggest that when we, as a council member, when we speak, we should speak the fact, the truth. What's going on with each and everything in city of Paterson. Some of the concern the constituent came with, there's nothing we could do as a council member. With the flooding, not even administration can even do anything. With the flooding, what's going on? It's a federal level thing. The federal level, they must get involved to solve those issues. That's all I'm going to say. My vote is yes to close the public portion, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I know a few people were here tonight, I mean, especially talking about the flooding. I know that I came on in 2012. I went through Hurricane Sandy, and then we had in 2014, and I had asked, this is my third time asking, for money was sent down here from FEMA and from the state of New Jersey to help buy those properties on Bergen, Hillman, East Hoseman, North Main, East Main. I still, to this day, do not know how many properties was actually bought, and when they were supposed to buy those properties, to me, I thought they were going to build like a wall along that river, so it doesn't spill over into Hillman, Bergen, East Main, those streets on that side. So I really still need to know what's happening with that money that was brought in here from FEMA and the state of New Jersey, and how many families were actually bought out for them. How many actually was bought out? Because I know that a wall should have been built, but the water is, someone mentioned about Passaic Valley water, that does not cause the flooding. The Passaic Valley water is for us to drink. So the water is not coming from the reservoirs. The water is coming from uphill, coming down, and when it gets down to Newark, if it's too much, I've been there. I worked there for 22 years. When too much water coming in, you're talking about millions of gallons of water are coming in, they got to start closing valves because they can't, the plant can't operate with that many millions of gallons. I mean, I've been there with 500 million gallons were coming in an hour. That's a lot of water. And then you have to try to, you know, they're trying to clean it, they're trying, because they can't send it to the Hudson River because it got to be cleaned first. We just can't take that over there. So there's a lot of things that I think that the community needs to know, understand about what's going on and how the whole direct water system works. But it did not come from the Passaic Valley Water Company about the flooding. Yes. Also, I just want to say too, with the resolution that we were talking about, I've been here with when we appointed Sonia Gordon as the city clerk. I know for that they can, we as council members can appoint a city clerk for 3 times, 1 each year. She can get 1 year each, so she can get up to 3 years to be able to pass the test. I know they had talked about the, I heard Councilman Jackson had talked about him coming into the meeting. But I just want to say that when Councilman Jackson came into the meeting, I was sitting in the meeting already. But I have been through this process. So what I did is got up and say, Councilman Jackson, you take my spot. Because we can't meet with 5. We only can have 4 people in the room, because if you have 5, you have a quorum. So I got up and said, you take my spot, because I had done that already with Madam Clerk before. So I wanted him to see how the process, But now, I just remember when we did Madam Clerk Sonia Gordon, it looked like she was brought before us, before all council members. So hopefully or every council member now is going to have the opportunity to see everyone. You know, was it 5? It was all, right. So everyone, but you still got to have 5 council members. So we know that, and Madam Clerk, when you got to work with someone, and I heard them say, yeah, if I'm a hired coach, I'm going to have to hire a coach. You can't send me a coach that don't know nothing, don't know football, don't know nothing. How you going to hire someone who don't know nothing about city business, who don't know nothing about elections, who don't know nothing about Oprahs? There's so much that you need to know to run a city clerk's office. And she's working. Them ladies up there are really working hard, because I see them every day, and they're really working. And I mean, they're getting calls about the garbage, they're getting calls about everything that come in here, and we have to direct them they have to direct them to the right person. So there's a lot. I just want to say to the community, you know, you got to keep coming out to understand what's happening and where you need to go. You got to understand. But what I've discovered too, and I haven't gotten my paperwork yet, but I'm getting a lot of calls about landlords. I'm getting a lot of calls telling people. And so now I have to figure out how I'm going to help how I'm going to help my constituents or the residents of the city. So I have, and I'm waiting for it to come in my email, the different law firms, if you want to call them. You can call them legal aids, you can call them. But there's different law firms around the state or around the county that helps people with different situations.
Please wrap it up, Councilwoman.
And so we have to understand. I didn't hear you say that one time before.
Please. I mean.
But I mean, like, you start saying like, come on, please. But you have to understand. So what I want people to do is reach out to me, because a lot of us out here have legal issues that we need to situate with, and we need to be able to go to the right person, to what we need. And also, they had the other person, I want to say to Mr. Taylor, you know, we all feel it. We feel the pain, and we're hoping and praying that a solution can come soon. You know, something can come. And I also got to go over to 235 River Street. They never picked up the phone and called their councilwoman. I don't know who they are. They never called. So I'm going to go see them myself with that. And also, I just want to say to you, audience out there, you know, if you do not understand something, sometimes I find that, and I know my role sometimes is to make sure I can get you to the right person. Because I don't want you calling 5 different numbers until you can find the right one. I want to steer you to the right one right off the bat. So you don't be on the phone getting click, 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 going to 5 different departments you don't know. Nobody's giving you no answer. Nobody don't know no answer. So to me, I need to help you get to the right person, to the right answer, why this is going on. And finally, we got our rent leveling board back. And I'm telling you, that girl needs some help down there in that rent leveling board, because there's so much stuff coming in with happening. And I learned today, and I just want to say this, I learned today that if you live in an apartment and it's non-functional, that is considered an illegal eviction. Because you're supposed to live in an apartment that you can use the tub, you can use the toilet, you can use the stove, you can use that's what you're supposed to. Now, I found this out today. This lady been living in her apartment for like 3 days with no toilet.
My counsel.
That's illegal. You can't do that. I just want to say, but you out there, everyone out there, if you have situations, please, you must reach out to someone to see how you can get your situation resolved. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just allow me a couple of minutes to address the public, and before my vote, I would like to start just by saying that God blessed me with a great woman, a great wife, and 3 beautiful children. I thank God every single day for my family, for the value that I have in my family. I'm going to start by saying that. And also, I want to take this moment to say thank you to all the residents of the 3rd Ward for the great support. When I got elected in May, they stopped me from taking my seat without taking me to court and prove whether I was guilty or not. They just stopped me from taking my seat. Let me just remind everybody again. They stopped me from taking my seat. Then they told me, no, you have to run again. You have to win again. And I run against everybody because I still have the flyer. I run against everybody, and I still got elected again. They took me to court to challenge the election, and I won in court again. I've been winning this seat 4 times. And let me remind everybody, Councilman at Large, School Board Member highest vote getter, Councilman at Large highest vote getter. I run for mayor twice, and I be the second highest vote getter in the city. Let that sink in, Paterson. I'm not here because I'm looking for a benefit for me or my family. I love this position because I know what I could do for my community, and I will continue running on my record. The third ward is a better ward because Alex Mendez is the councilman of the third ward. You have somebody that is available, accessible to the people. For the first time in the history, we have town hall meeting in the third ward. We have a totally renovated East Side Park, repaved the whole Riverside section, or some of the section of East Side paved, totally paved. We getting things done in the third ward, and that's the reason why people continue getting re-electing me here in this position. So I just need the support of the people in the city of Paterson, because I'm not here for what this position paid. I could do this for free anytime. Thank God, God blessed me more than enough to be able to put food on the table with my private business. And I'm saying this because I know it's election season. And you could disagree with me all you want. You could come into the mic, but you have 3 minutes. Since I became the council president, you've been a witness that we have respect into the chamber. I will not lose the control of this chamber. And watch me. On the next meeting, the clock in the front have to be back on, Madam Clerk. You got 3 minutes. You could use those 3 minutes to address the council and the administration with respect. And what happened today, I will not tolerate that anymore. I will not put the Paterson police in a difficult position, because even though the officer in charge of Bassi, he doesn't want police officer in the chamber. They just here. But I cannot put the resident at risk and my council colleague. If we cannot control the chamber, if the public that are addressed in this council cannot address this council respectfully, watch me going virtual from now on. I have the authority as a council president to do that. We need to have respect in this chamber. You don't need to agree with me, you don't need to support me, but you have to respect me and the entire council. It's a shame, and that's the reason why, that's how we look out there when people talk about Paterson for a situation like this. So once again, I would not tolerate this anymore at the council. I make a huge change in this council since I became council president. And because of election season, you could come here campaign, but you got 3 minutes. After the 3 minute, mic will be off, and you have to move on. And if we don't know how to conduct ourselves, once again, meeting will be virtual from now on. And let's see how we could continue. So with that being said, I will continue working for the third one. We have made tremendous progress. I feel blessed with the support that I have from my community. I'm running for my re-election in the third ward. And I just want to say thank you to all the residents for the great support. You know, I'm a phone call away from you, and you see the progress. You see the road that is repaved. You see all the work that we've been doing in the third ward. And you see that I'm always there, available and accessible. There's a big difference. It's day and night different having Alex Mendez as your third ward councilman, and I'm getting ready to serve for one more term. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, there's a lot of work to do in the city. Yeah. There's time for us to start thinking about how we're going to bring control into the city. And if we start enforcing the law that we have in the book, we will see a major change in the city of Paterson. And I'm going to start with traffic. We have people blocking sidewalk. We have people, double parking. We have people speeding. This is the time that we get back in the road. We have to be aggressive enforcing the law that we have in the book. The city is getting out of control because we're not taking control of the traffic. People, they could double park anywhere. They could put a business anywhere without no consequences. They could just block the sidewalk. They could block the driveway, and they not worrying about it because they say, oh, the police is not going to arrive. We got to have a conversation. We cannot continue moving this way. Law and order have to be, it's key for us to continue moving the city forward. It's extremely important. We're getting a lot of complaints in terms of traffic, in terms of the situation with the garbage collection. Let's go back there. I feel pleased with the job that we did. We're saving $200,000 every month by having Philco collecting our garbage. We remove our fee. We're doing the work. And I feel proud of the work that we're doing. When we put politics aside and we start working for our community, we're getting things done. In closing with the clerk, everybody knows what is the process. Madam BA, if you want to reiterate what happened at the meeting, you will. I'm not gonna touch this anymore. It's sad, but the only thing I'm saying is that there's a process that needs to take place. The clerk knows that she has our full support, and she knows that she'll be all right. If everything is resolved at the next workshop, we will have a special meeting to vote and support the clerk for the year extension that she needs. With that being said, let's continue praying for our city. There's a lot of praying, there's a lot of hate out there. I stick with love, and you know I'm a phone call away. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Public portion of the Municipal Council regular meeting of Tuesday, January 16th is hereby closed.
Councilman Mendez.
Just give us a second. Madam Clerk, let's move to item 17 immediately, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, before we move to item 17, Madam BA, please just elaborate on the process. And right after that, we're going to item 17. We have a gentleman that's been waiting for us here for this item. Madam BA?
I actually just wanted to address one other issue in public portion, but you know, you've noted that that process is a DCA process following our MOU and compliance. No matter what was done in the past, there are certain processes that we have to follow now. By state statute, the council can appoint for the 1 year in an acting capacity. After that, it's the Director of Local Government Services, so it's not just the council for 3 years. And it is a council appointment. It is not just a deputy hire, or using the example of someone off a list for deputy chief. You're kind of comparing apples and oranges. But what I did want to point out, I know this doesn't precisely apply to those who came tonight about flooding, but we do want to make residents aware about those who might have had issues and are interested in a Blue Acres flood buyout program. So the NJDEP is running this program. We have put information on the city's website. If you go under residents, you see this detail about the Blue Acres flood buyout program, that if you are someone who your house consistently floods in certain areas around the city, you can submit a buyout application through NJDEP. Details are there, as well as some contact information from people at DEP, so that people can reach out directly if they have questions. So I just wanted to make sure that people are aware of that on the city website. And I will, you know, I know there was, most of the other comments were comments tonight, not necessarily questions that I'll be providing backup information to. But I will, Councilman Abdelaziz, I know you had some questions there as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam BA, item 17, Madam Clerk.
Item number 17 is a first reading ordinance. No public hearing is required. It's an ordinance vacating the last block length of Wall Avenue between 13th Avenue and Broadway. It's a public works ordinance.
So moved.
Second.
It was moved by Councilman Velez, Council President Mendez, second by Councilwoman Mims.
Roll call.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on first reading on item 17.
Roll call on item number 17 for first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
For the first reading, I will vote yes, but I would like to have the map and the attachment. I don't see anything attached to on the file.
Okay.
Please, for the second reading, before the second reading, my vote is yes for now.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Councilwoman Mims.
To the viewing public, Paterson, I just want to alert our council president that after my vote, I will be leaving for the evening. But for this item, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
This was vetted before we come into the first reading to committee, DPW committee, and well certified. I know that the only thing is needed here is the Corporation Council, the attachment of that little map that we saw at the committee meeting. Full support of it. I think is a good thing that we could do. Saying that, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I've been working with, with the organization, with the mask, and we've been having multiple meetings. Traffic engineers been involved in all the part, DPW as well, and definitely we're supporting this on first reading. Before second reading for the workshop, we need a map, just to make sure that everybody's clear before the vote, and then we will be good to go, okay? So with that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 17 is adopted on first reading. Public hearing and second reading will be on February 13th, 2024.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk,
you
now
can give it a time there.
let's take care of the first reading item first. Huh? But if you leave, we will not have quorum if you leave. Huh? Okay, so
Council President, I got an idea.
Since Councilman Abdelaziz left, and by Councilman Mins have to leave, so let's move the rest of the item for the next workshop since we now have a meeting, and let's close the meeting at this time right now. And that is the reason why I try to be I try to encourage every person. Just give me 1 second, guys. Right. I try to encourage every person to please be brief. I'm not trying to disrespect nobody, but it's a shame. It's midnight, and I understand Councilwoman Mims. She got family. She have to go back home, and Councilwoman Cotton is leaving. The weather is bad, but we're not being respectful with the time, and we believe that we could talk for 20 and 30 minutes in every item, and then we cannot finish the city council agenda. Also, at the same time, we have people on the public portion that they come here, and they believe that they could speak for more than 3 minutes, for 3, 5, 6 minutes, and by midnight, we haven't been able to finish the city agenda. That is the reason why that moving forward as council president, nobody will speak for more than 3 minutes, and we have to bring order in this chamber on the time that we use on the mic. So motion to close, Madam Clerk.
Council President, before we do that motion.
Okay, Councilmember, can you add the comment on the closing, please?
No, because what happened is we only had 2 items in the second reading, and they handicaps, and they...
Councilwoman Mins have to leave. That's what happened. Let's move it to the next workshop.
Council President, the items on the first reading, I think all of them could be read together. They're all establishing on the second reading. So if you want to do the establishing, because she can read them all together, but after that, I will be leaving.
Yeah, that would be good.
So, Madam Clerk, second reading item, we have item number 1, establishing. We have item number
2, establishing.
Number 2 is repealing. Item number 1 is establishing. Item number 4 is establishing, Madam Clerk. Item number, just those 2 items, Madam Clerk. Item number 1, establishing, and item number 4, establishing. Then right after we take 2, which is repealing, and we take 5 that is repealing. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Item number 1 is a second reading ordinance. Public hearing is required. It's an ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on county roads: 935 Madison Avenue, 45 Hayden Avenue, South Side, 483 East 18th Street, East Side, 311 Madison Avenue, East Side, 204 East 18th Street, West Side, and 926 Madison Avenue, West Side. It's ordinance number 24001. May I have a motion?
So moved. What we're doing.
No, we have, Madam Clerk, excuse, council member, please. You have to do it both together. We will vote it, we will move it together.
So the second one, number 4, is also establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on City Road, 688 East 31st Street, 111 Ryerson Avenue, 113 Caldwell Avenue, 187 Madison Street, 347 East 33rd Street, 42 Cedar Street, 634 East 22nd Street, 33 Bell Avenue, 434 Paxton Street, 155 Beach Street, 43 Sherman Avenue, 351 6th Avenue, 822 East 23rd Street, 49 East 16th Street, 408 East 31st Street, and 35 Leslie Street.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Public hearing is now open for item.
See no one moves to close.
See no move to close by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on items 1 and 4. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes.
the votes are 5 yeses on both items 1 and 4 for closing the public hearing.
Madam Clerk, item number 2 and number 5, can you do it together? They both repealing handicap.
We have to adopt it first. We have to adopt
I'm
it.
sorry, roll call, Madam Clerk. On
Roll
item
call
2
on
and
items
4.
1 and 4 for adoption. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes.
the votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Items 1 and 4 are adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, Madam Clerk, item number 2 and number 5, repealing handicap.
Item number 2 and number 2. I don't have a number 3. You have number 2? Okay, I have it. Item number 2 is a second reading ordinance. Public hearing is required. It's repealing establishment of handicap parking spaces on county roads, 98 Spruce Street, 935 Madison Avenue, 182-184 Lafayette Street, and 317 McBride Avenue. And item number 5 is a second reading ordinance repealing establishment of handicap parking spaces at various locations, 234 Paterson Avenue, 27 Holzman Street, 187 Park Avenue, 248 28th Avenue, 182 Corbin Street, 442 East 3rd Street, 181 Beach Street, 155 Beach Street, 212 Lion Street, 490 Park Avenue, 490 Park Avenue, 239 Sussex Street, 437 East 24th Street, 363 Paxton Street, 1070 East 25th Street, 95 Cedar Street, 68 Paterson Avenue, 131 Godwin Avenue, 172 Corbin Street, 1042 East 22nd Street, 268 Pacific Street, 106 North 4th Street, 203 Florida Avenue, 237 Warren Street, 125 Carl Street, 622 East 26th Street, 102 Genesee Avenue, 860 East 23rd Street, 22 17th Avenue, 317 East 20th Street, 818 East 19th Street, 476 River Street, 214 Chamberlain Avenue, 60 Redwood Avenue, 314 Atlantic Street, 178 Jefferson Street, 105 North 7th Street, 133 North 3rd Street, 317 28th Ave, 283 Paterson Avenue, 38 Watson Avenue, 201 Mill Street, 192 Edmond Avenue, 142 Jasper Street, 140 Jasper Street, 140 Jasper Street, 20 Pennington Street, 153 East 17th Street, 457 11th Avenue, and 125 Madison Street.
Move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Public hearing is now open for item 2 and 5.
Seeing none, move to close.
Move to close by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call.
Roll call on items 2 and 5, public hearing. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Did you say yes?
I said yes, Madam
Thank you,
Clerk.
Councilman Kalik. Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
The votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Public hearing on items 2 and 5 is now closed.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 2 and 5.
Roll call on items 2 and 5 for approval. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Items 2 and 5 are hereby adopted.
Motion to close.
Move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to adjourn the meeting.
Roll call to adjourn the Municipal Council regular meeting of Tuesday, January 16th, 2023. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
I have.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Paterson, February the 1st at 4 o'clock here at City Hall. We will be raising the flag for Black History Month. Immediately following the flag raising, we will have a celebration here in the chambers with a program to honor individuals in the community with different community individuals that will be participating in our program. We invite everyone to come out and support and to celebrate. Please be safe. There's a delayed opening tomorrow for student and staff. So allow our educators to be safe, our students to be safe, and please, if you're driving tonight, please drive very carefully because there's a lot of black ice all over the street. I know DPW is out there, so please be patient as they're going to take care of the ice. The temperature is dropping tonight, and it will still be very, very cold below freezing temperatures on tomorrow. So please be safe, take caution, make sure you stay warm. To all those individuals that are in the community that need a place to stay, if you see them out there, please send them to our warming centers at the Riverside Vet on 5th Ave as well as 60 Temple Street. Those locations are open to the community at large. Please allow them to give direction to be there, or if they need rides, just call our police department to assist. With that being stated, Madam Clerk, Secretary, Police Officer, Melinda, I can't think of his name, Raphael, Corporation Counsel, BA, to our council colleagues, let's keep building this great city of Paterson and stop battling. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
I just want to say that there was a lady, 21st Avenue, she getting immediate assistance from the Paterson Housing Authority, and also Joel Ramirez is working with her. That's a good news from the 6th Ward. Last but not least, I want to thank Mr. Rafael Gonzalez for the patient up there in the control, Melinda, Madam Clerk, Secretary Sophia, Paterson PD. Stay safe, Madam BA. I noticed that the step of City Hall are frozen, so be careful coming out, ladies and gentlemen, and let's stay safe. Bless our family and hug our family. Tomorrow is another day. Let's do good for the community. My vote is yes, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So once again, Paterson, just drive, be careful, do not speed. There's a lot of ice on the road. Let's take care of senior. Please, if you have no heat, don't stay home. Call the fire department. We have a 60 Temple Street as a warming center. Please, let's work together. Let's treat each other like a brothers and sisters. We're going through a very difficult time in our community. Once again, I want to apologize to our Paterson residents because we failed to do our job in terms of finishing the agenda. And that is the reason why I've been consistent being in control, making sure that people stay within the 3 minutes. Madam Clerk, for the next meeting, I need a clock for the 3 minutes to be in the front.
Okay.
It was
one.
broken. They're supposed to replace it. I
Yes.
want to make sure that every resident that come in know that they have 3 minutes to address the council. And I would like to encourage my council colleague to be brief on their comment. That way, we could do our job, which is conduct city business in this chamber. With that being said, let's continue praying for our city. To my third ward residents, I'm a phone call away, 973-930-1436. And please stop speeding. 14th Avenue and East 30, multiple accidents on that corner. Corporation Council, I request a four-way stop sign for 14th Avenue and East 30. It was not on the agenda. I'm gonna bring it back to the DPW committee for us to have an extensive discussion. The resident of the third ward requesting a four-way stop sign as soon as possible on that section because of the amount of accident that we have on that area. With that being said, God bless you, Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. The meeting of January 16th, 2023 is hereby adjourned.
All right.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.